Hello. Hi. Hi. Oh, that's weird. Any comments aren't showing up. Strange. But hi. Let me see if I can rectify that. Huh. That's weird. Let me try refreshing the cage. Why are my comments showing up? What? What? Hell no! Oh, hell no! Let me see. Maybe if I put in the code. But hi, hope you guys are doing well. Oh my god. It's been fucking forever since we've Umineko'd. About 2 months, just about. It's been about, I think, I wish I, April 26th, that's what it was. I saw, ow, my knee. I saw April 26th on the last played. That was about the time my voice went really, really bad. That's about the time my voice went haywire. And I just couldn't speak for about 4 weeks afterwards. But the biggest piece of advice I got was I should stop drinking caffeine on the days that I choose to stream. And so I've resorted to just like drinking tea instead, or if I am gonna drink caffeine, I should stop drinking it with so much creamer, which sucks. The last time I had caffeine, okay, no, I had soda like yesterday, the day before that, and then also the day before that too. So, well, technically I've been, before those 3 days, I think I avoided caffeine for like 2 weeks or something like that. That's the longest I've ever gone without having caffeine, by the way. Which is crazy. Alright, give me, just a few more things, a few more moments, I mean. Where did I put my thing? Oh my god, it's been so long. It's been so long. I think the one thing I'm pretty sad about is just, what do you call it? I don't remember, like, a lot of things. Oh, there we go. I did just have to refresh the code. That's odd. That's very strange. Let's see. Let's do 409 and 404. Make this larger. Yeah, okay, maybe not that large. Okay. I think there was this like really good page on TV tropes that explained everything that was going on, or like was a good recap. Let me see. TV tropes, episode 3 recap. Umineko. They do. God bless. Oh god, this page won't stop popping up. Okay, there we go. Okay. Unknown princess breaks a vase. An unknown princess breaks a vase. Beatrice, who looks nothing like her, later identified as Virgilia, fixes it with magic. Virgilia notes she's on training to become an endless witch. Oh yeah, Virgilia! Virgilia is the current Beatrice's mentor. And then there's Avatrice that gets introduced later, who's like a tulpa or some shit, or like another side of actual Ava. And then she becomes the endless witch, and then she wins the game. She wins, or rather she solves the epitaph on her own and becomes the current witch, and it's Avatrice. Oh gosh. And then they, what is it? What else do they do? And then they, I'm trying to remember so badly what it is they do. Shit. oh yeah, it's the end, and then it's like, oh wow, Battler's like, oh wow, that was a great battle. And then he almost signs this contract that says, I, Battler, acknowledge the existence of witches. And then Beatrice and Virgilia put on these fucked up faces. Oh yeah, that was another thing. Virgilia regales the tale of like the northern sun and the southern wind to Beatrice as like a little hint. And then she plays like the damsel in distress, the Battler. And he pretty much falls for it. I fell for it too. And yeah, Battle almost signs the contract, and then everyone's like, oh, sign the fucking thing, fucking sign it. And he almost gets nailed on and everything. It's really funny. But it's also such a huge betrayal. I'm so sad that happened. Never trust a witch, bro. Never trust a witch from Roken Jima, man. Fucking evil ass fucking Beatrice. Hi, son. Hello. Pardon my voice, by the way. I woke up at like 12:30, and I have not had anything to drink since besides this tea I'm drinking right now. I'm sort of raw dogging it. To be honest, I'm sort of raw dogging it today. You know why? Because I neglected to shower when I woke up. Instead, I'm like, you know what, man? I'm just gonna go ahead and wash my face and my neck, and that's it. And that's what I did. And I still feel pretty bad, so I'll probably take a shower later. Maybe like a couple hours into this stream. Take a break and everything. Hi, Sharky. Wah wah. Okay, I'll drink some too. Along with this. No, I'm gonna start pissing like crazy. My bladder is so small. Dude, no. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Alright. Right. Ava becomes like the successor. Let's see. Battle Ava 100 just got fined. 07, 17, 11, 29. I don't think that was it. But I think they mentioned it's someone's birthday, if I remember correctly. I think that's what it is. The Tea Party. Beatrice accuses Berncastel of bringing Angie from the future, which she confirms that's the other redhead and his battler's other sibling. Lambda Delta confirms that Ava chases Ava, treats like a big secret to the other two's disappointment. Lambda Delta says she's the one who gave Beatrice her powers and threatens Beatrice to not play sloppy. A couple years later, October 4th, 1998, Ava at the deathbed calls Angie to discuss Ava's massive inheritance. Even more acts crazy from paranoia, Ava decides that giving Angie all the money would be the biggest torture for her, along with the Beatrice name. Angie almost jumps off the building, but Berncastel takes her into the past, and then she more or less teams up with Meta Battler to help against Beatrice, and she arms Beatrice. She arms Battler with the Blue Truth. So any statements to counteract. No. I think it was any statements he supposes as theories, he has to state in blue. And I think that's where we're at right now. Okay. Oh man. It's been so long. I'm so ready. How about one crash out for old time's sake? Just one Kinzo crash out for old time's sake. Get to the part where you start crashing out. So this is a good chance to see how much text is cut off. Freaky Kinzo, Freakzo. There it is! There it is! They to teacher! Why? Why won't you smile back at me? Teacher! I fucking love this guy. I fucking love him so much. He's so fucking funny. Alright, page 1. Which one is it? This one. Oh god, where the fuck am I? Oh shit. Okay, let's read back like quite a bit. Okay, here we go. This is when they're still in the meta world. A blue truth which claims that humans and tricks are what's real will overpower its target. The illusion told by the witch with its firepower and the force of what I can imagine. We showed me a battle of fighting style, blah 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 blah. Thanks to you, I figured out my true fighting style. Thanks, Gretel. Alright, instead of going by Angie, she goes by Gretel. Makes me think of how pathetic I was before. It's like Beta said, I've had a handicap up until now, I'll acknowledge that. New rule understood. Blue truth, break apart your witch theory, which states that only a witch culprit was possible because everyone had alibis. This is my truth. Ushamiya Kinzo is already dead. Therefore, the true number of people on this island is 17. By adding an unknown person X to that, it becomes 18 people. By supposing that this person X exists, the crimes will be possible even if all 17 people have alibis. Oh, okay, and then it cuts back to here. Right, okay. In short, if you keep preventing us from meeting with Father, we'll have to accept the following theory. Simply put, Father's already dead. But you're hiding that because you don't want the inheritance to be distributed. Ridiculous. That's correct, this is worse than ridiculous. I've never heard of such an insult. It'd even be possible for us to check by force whether he's alive or dead with the police here to witness it. Isn't that right, Eva-san? Yes. That's right, Nissan. There's all sorts of ways we could set you up. We could easily arrange for a situation where you have to hold a meeting with Father under the supervision of a third party. Still, I think that would bring a lot of shame to the Ushinomiya family. That's why I'm making this proposal. We have the responsibilities and duties of the caretaker. Excuse me. And a penalty in the worst case scenario. If you consent to those terms, we'll be able to refrain from doing something like dragging Father outside. Yeah, that's right, Aniki. Didn't you just say it yourself? You're carrying out your natural duties as Dad's caretaker. EDA's condition shouldn't be anything to worry about, right? My voice like warm up already, bro. Why this overreaction? You're really that worried about having the position of successor dragged out from under if your dad dies or something other than a natural death? Or else what? You have some reason to think Father might die something other than a natural death? How could I see. Now I too understand how Father feels. How pitiful his later years have been for him, unable even to die as he pleases. Yes, his later years truly have been pitiful. The thought that these later years are already something of the past is exactly what we're suspecting. You could completely clear this suspicion away just by letting us meet with Father. So even after being humiliated by us this much, you still want to allow us to meet with him, Krasni-san? Father is probably already dead. The corpse may have been disposed of in absolute secrecy. And after taking all of the wealth for yourself as father's agent, you'll make it seem that he disappeared until 7 years pass, making father a corpseless member of the deceased. I forgot there is a lot of things over here, yeah. And then we can warp to this, the witch's side, and there's a bunch of characters here. Where's Maria here, though? There's Heaven Delta, Burn Castell, Angie Trees. Oh, this is that other timeline. This is Angie's time. Okanogi. I remember Okanogi. This guy was like spitting a whole bunch of shit. He was sort of cool. I thought he was weird as fuck at first, but he's pretty cool. Talking about love and all that stuff. I think this was Angie's mom. Oh no, Ushinomiya Kirie's younger sister. Who's Kirie again? Oh Jesus Christ, who the fuck is Kirie? Oh, this is Kirie. She's the person right in front of us. Shit, I'm a bad person, by the way. Okay, so that's her younger sister from the other side of the family. She despises Kirie by extension, hates Angie as well. Wants the wealth that is now inherited by Angie. And she tried to kidnap her, but then she got saved by Amakusa here. Okay, I think I'm slowly starting to remember everything. I'm sorry, but please don't take it badly, okay? I'm just playing detective here. How rude can one be? You've no right to stay in this mansion. Leave now! I won't permit you to cross the threshold of this house again. It worked last year, but you've used up your luck if you thought it'd work this year too. Father's in a bad mood, so he can't meet with us. I mean, your father's a hater. He hates everyone in this fucking family, period. That was plenty suspicious last year, and yet you're doing it again. If you really wanted to fake being father's agent and grab up all his assets, you should have done it a little more speedily, making him disappear without waiting for today's family conference. You're really naive, Kraus. I have no idea what you're... However, if it's a fact that father's in a bad mood and you're preventing us from meeting him as part of our responsibilities as his caretaker, then it's a very wonderful thing you're doing. In that case, if you just accept our conditions, everything will be settled here and now. After all, you care so greatly for Father, Kasni-san. There's no way Father will die in a manner that leads to trouble during the autopsy. After all, Father hates hospitals, so will pass away in his study, right? An autopsy will certainly be carried out no matter what happens. The only way to kill him without an autopsy would be for him to disappear. Enough, Kirie-san. I think you've bullied Nissan enough. Eva rebuked Kirie in a sickeningly kind voice. Considering the situation, that was impossible, which is why it was sickening. I'm sure Nissan has his own difficulties to worry about as well as his pride. True, Nissan might consider that one of his natural duties, but if you force him to put it on paper and assign penalties, I could hardly blame him for getting upset. Don't you agree, Rosa? Oh, right, Mother of the Year. That's right. She might have made light of Kraus-Nissan's pride as the eldest son a little too much. I'd feel bad for him if we were to force him to sign a statement regarding the duties of the caretaker as Kitty-san has laid them out. That's right. You're doing a good job, Aniki. Taking that into account, we might consider avoiding all that about signing strange papers and worst-case penalties. And just leave everything to you. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck, Matt Mickelson. You people. Not just Ava, but Rudolph and Rosa as well, with unnerving smiles on their faces as though they'd planned this beforehand, began closing in on Kraus. They now understood perfectly how Kirie had cornered Kraus, and exactly where she was prepared to compromise. Oh, oops, my mouse is in the way. We were talking about a signed statement regarding the responsibilities of the caretaker. But even without signing such a thing, you can make it so that we'll never demand a meeting with Father again. If you can prove your fitness as Father's caretaker with a form of guarantee other than a signed statement, that is. I remember for a brief period in time in 2021 when this is like during the my balls era, sorta. One of the things was like, dude, you like fitness? Fitness dick in your mouth? That was a good one. I tried to get my friends with that like non-stop. Anyways, are you telling me to pay security money? Oh shit, he's doing the evil villain laugh. That's pretty funny. Oh, they're just trying to blackmail him again, of course. I thought it might go somewhere else, but okay. The security money will be paid to Ava-san, Rudolph-san, and Rosa-san, 3 billion yen each. As a deposit, you'll transfer 10% of that, 300 million yen before the year is out. 9 billion? I don't have that kind of money! Okay. After Father passes away, you should be able to work it out. We've managed to investigate at least that far. You should be able to handle the deposit of 900 million yen in your current financial situation. And it should even be possible for you to borrow it from Father, right? There's no need for obvious charades anymore. How unpleasant. Truly unpleasant. It is at that. Even just the discussion of Father's inheritance was far too disrespectful. Father's already dead? My husband is hiding that and keeping all the money for himself? I've had enough of this. Wait, what about that one time where Kraus showed Natsuki, I can't remember what episode this was in, but Kraus showed Natsuki that single gold bar he actually found, so it proved the inheritance was real. Did anything ever come of that, or was it just to prove that the inheritance existed? I've had enough of this. None of you are qualified to bear the name Ushinomiya any longer. Ah, Hideyoshi, I've missed you. I've missed you, Hideyoshi. Calm down, Natsuki. We've all said we need to. But why don't we leave it at that for now? This is happening all of a sudden and on a massive scale. We might even be getting agitated ourselves. Why don't we take a break for a while and cool our heads? Kraus-Nissan probably needs a little time himself. Right, Krasny-san? Time. And why would I need something like that? Don't worry about it. We aren't thinking of anything shady. We're just so eager to see Father that we've started grumbling a bit. And Kraus, I know real well how you're dying to get back at us for the things we've said. If you're willing to go so far, then you just need to let us meet with him. Right? Ain't that right? You just got a bit stubborn, and it felt awkward to say you'd let us see him after saying we couldn't all those times. Ain't that it? Right? Right? It certainly does seem that my husband has lost his composure slightly, just like the rest of you have. We were only refusing stubbornly out of respect for Father's desire not to meet with everyone. He's alive? Indeed, that's correct. It was turning into another sibling fight like the old days, and I started feeling stubborn like you said. Let's cool our heads. I understand how much you all wish to meet with Father. I will pass that on to him. I'll find some way to convince Father to meet with you. Will that do? Yeah, I think it'd be okay to give Krasny-san some time to persuade Father. Yep. We're counting on you, Aniki. Please, persuade him to meet with us. After all, your dad's caretaker. You're really rubbing that shit in his face, damn. And as for persuading him, let's set a limit on it to sometime tonight, okay? When tomorrow comes, we'll confirm Father's well-being, even if we have to break down the door to his study. You have no problems with that, I take it. I totally forgot to post the going live fucking thing on Twitter. Hold on. I'm not very smart. Do as you like. You see, it seems even the time I've been given to persuade him is short. Let's go, Natsu. We shall ask him to join us for dinner at least. Right. Cross left the parlor with Natsu. Once her footsteps disappeared, Hideyoshi took a deep breath, smirking and flopping onto the sofa. Smirking? Hideo-san, you're a frightening person. Sorry for speaking out of turn. I apologize. Oh no, you didn't court him like we'd originally planned, but in the end this was even better. Just like always, I gotta bow my head to you. Can he really prepare 900 million? I believe we estimated that 750 would be the most Krasny-san could afford with his current financial situation. Isn't 900 million gouging him too much? You guys are fucked up. Extorting your own brother is crazy. If he can't do it, that's fine too. If we do something like lowering it to 750 million so Kraus can save face, it'll look like we're compromising and it'll be easier to settle, right? And if he really does come out with 900 million, that's even better. Isan's probably having a strategy meeting with Natsuhi right about now. It'll really be interesting to see what kind of twisted logic our proud Nissan comes up with as an excuse. Convince father. There's no way he can. There's no way to convince someone who isn't even there. Oh! Jesus. It's been a while since I heard that. Fucking Christ. Is he there? Oh, he is. He has to be here. The siblings have all come, despite their various circumstances, for this annual family conference. Kraus and Natsuhi could be seen in Kinzo's dimly lit study. Every once in a while, thunder could be heard, and the dimly lit room flickered with light. It seemed that the island would be closed off by the storm very soon. Father, please, just this once, show those disrespectful people the majesty of the head. It's useless. He's alive! Keizo's alive! So there goes Battler's theory, right? The large shadow of a person standing by the window, his majestic back facing them, answered quietly and forcefully. He hung his head and shook. Eventually they could hear a mumbling laugh over his shoulder. It's useless! It's all useless! What's useless, Kinzo? He's fucking got off the deep end. What's so funny? 3 months left to live? An almost finished geezer? To whom exactly are you referring? What's up with his fucking face? He looks spooky. Does he always... He did not always look like that, right? Where's Kinzo? You fools! Did you wander over here because your siblings threatened you? Know your shame! As Kinzo turned and brushed his cape, it flashed forcefully through the room's stale air. That air pressure truly signified Ushiromiya Kinzo's majesty and willpower itself. His Ryatsu, his spiritual pressure? After being blown back by that wind, he literally got blown back by his fucking aura, bro. No way. After being blown back by that wind, it wasn't strange that Kraus landed on his butt. As though showing consideration for Kraus, who looked as though his legs had been swept out from under him, Natsuhi also crouched down. Then, with a thunk, Kinzo's footsteps approached with a heft that signified his dignity. Father! There's something wrong with him. There's something wrong with him. You can just see it in his eyes. What the fuck? You fool! I heard from Cannon. Just how far did you pathetically let your siblings lead you around by the nose? Hey, father! My husband's doing his best to protect your honor. Without lending an ear to Natsuhi's words, Kinzo extended his palm to Kraus's collar as the latter sat on the floor. No, he curled his fingers, leaving only his pointer finger out, and took that finger and pressed it up against Kraus's collar. Twisted it. and slowly, with just one finger, picked Kraus up into the air. What? The sound effect usually only plays when there's some spooky magical shit going on. So what's hello? You really are a pathetic fool. You let your wife speak in your defense? If you have an excuse, give it yourself! Kraus clawed at the air. Kinzo's brawny finger was choking him. What the hell? With one finger? What? He couldn't even open his mouth, much less talk. Or even if he had been able to open his mouth, as he was now, there's no way he'd be able to think of an excuse that Kinzo would accept. How could this power be described? No one would call Kinzo an old man after seeing the superhuman strength. Old man is strong as fuck. I'm scared as fuck is what I am. What? Did they power up Kinzo for this episode? What's going on? Hi. Father, my husband is fighting in his own way. Please forgive him. Not he. Fighting is a process you go through before winning. The process you go through before losing isn't called fighting. That's called being pathetic! This fucking sprite is scary. You call this my successor? He's so why is he on the deep end? As thunder roared, Kinzo laughed heartily as though nothing could be more pleasant. And when he finished laughing, he threw his son away like he was scrap paper, slapping him against the wall. Dear, are you okay? Kraus slid down the wall, rubbing his throat as though in pain. Natsuki ran up to him and looked after him, but without showing any interest in the two of them, Kinzo returned to the space near the window, as though he'd been there the whole time, and looked up at the thunderous clouds of misfortune. I thought I would have no regrets in my life, if only I could meet Beatrice. But it seems it won't go so smoothly. It was promised from the beginning that nothing received from the witch would remain. However, the Ushiroya name is not the property of the witch. Who is fit to succeed that name? Well, damn. Kinzo's like aura farming status, as though in pain. As though? How'd he get choked by one finger? Like what? How did that happen? I want to see that illustrated. It seems that this alone must be resolved by my own hand. Yorikobe. Rejoice, Kraus. I've changed my mind. Father. So. I've no desire to have dinner with you cowards. However, I will attend the family conference afterwards. Wait, actually? Holy shit! For the past three episodes, none of his family has ever fucking met him. At least based off what I remember. There I shall make a great announcement regarding the succession of the head. I'll resolve your foolish quarrel myself. And then he like lets his tongue out and starts fucking swinging around. Please don't flash back to the metaverse. Please, at the mail up, please. Go to the conference. I want to see him interact with everyone, please. Please, 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 please. Yes. Yes. Forcefully opening the door with a clunk, Rosa flew in with Maria. Is Genji-san or anyone there? It doesn't matter who. Please bring us a bath towel. It was already a full-blown typhoon outside, and it was starting to pour down hard. Even though she'd had an umbrella, Maria had been in the rose garden amid all that wind and rain the whole time. She'd grown ice cold. Oh, here we go again. Yep, there it is. Maria had gotten into a minor fight with Rosa in the rose garden and had been told to stay there. She'd done as she was told and had continued to wait in that spot, even though rain was pouring down. Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry. But Maria's stubborn whim was probably more to blame. The cousins who had seen that exchange were relieved to see that the mother and child were close to each other again. And then they're gonna fight again, and then Rosa's gonna be an abusive mother again, etc., etc. Time's a flat circle. Rosa scrubbed Maria's head with a towel. She seemed overcome with worry that Maria had caught a cold, but Maria herself was rather nonchalant. She don't gaff. You okay? You didn't catch a cold, did you? Maybe we really should go back for now and get a change of clothes. What? I'm fine. More importantly, I'm hungry, so food's better than changing clothes. Battler! Finally! Battler! Oh my god, I've missed you. It's been forever. She looks okay, Aunt Rosa. She's gotta be if she's this spirited. It's a really good thing she had an umbrella. I was thinking she might be soaked to the bone. Oh right, George is a freak. I forgot Freaky George. Who showed me a quote, quote freaky end quote George. The fact that she had an umbrella certainly is a silver lining. Jessica, oh my god, the trifecta! Wow! I've missed them so much. Maria's so cute. I wish I could show you that one picture of her back in episode 1 where she had that fucked up evil ass smile on her face or whatever. But Maria, even if you have an umbrella, you've got to get to shelter when it starts raining so hard, okay? Little girls definitely shouldn't let their bodies get cold. It's okay, Jessica. It's Mama's fault for telling her to stay there. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl for doing what Mama said. I stayed there even though it was cold and stayed there until Mama came. You really are a good girl, Maria. You did exactly what Mama said. Very well done. But next time, even if Mama tells you to do something, Find some shelter if it starts raining like that. Okay? Promise, Mama. Promise, Mama. How do you say that star out loud? As Rosa gently held Maria, they joined their pinkies together and promised. Battler and the others realized that by touching her mother's pinky, the warmth had started to return to Maria's body. Canon, thanks for the towel. That really helped. Then, if you would excuse me. As Canon bowed with a blank expression as though he did nothing that required gratitude, he left the parlor. And you did it. Yes, we're that much closer. We're that much closer to Kinjo. Let's all go together. I'll even give Maria my dessert for being so good. Yeah, fuck yeah! Willy Mom, yes! Dessert, yes! Love Mama, love Mama! Maria, don't jump around so much. Mama loves you too, Maria. Love Maria, love Maria. No. Why don't we just have this and we cut out all the abusive parts? You know? I love Mama too. Love Mama. What? Something's not right. No. No, what sort of fucked up Rokkenjima did I just enter? What sort of fucked up Rokkenjima did I just enter? No. I don't care if she's in a good mood. This ooh shit is the one thing Rosa fucking hates. There's no way she's humoring her child right now. There's no way. There's just no way. No. Something evil is afoot in this game. Something evil is afoot. Rosa and Maria looked really close. Even the cousins who watched started to feel a long-forgotten warmth fill up their chests. You know, that might be the age when you're on your best terms with your parents. It wasn't like that for me. Mom was always yelling at me to study. That's because they love their children. A parent's love isn't always gentle and indulgent. Yeah, it's physical and abusive, George, right? Sure. My mother was strict with me too, but now I realize it was because she treasured me so. Ooh. Love Mama, love Mama! Oh. Love Maria, love Maria. So sorry. Shall we go get some food? Let's be friends and hold hands. There's truly something evil right now, and I can't tell you what it is, but there's something evil. Be friends and hold hands. Mama and me, friends. Yes, that's right. Mama and Maria are friends. We'll always be like this, liar. I love you, Maria. Ah! Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. See, even Meta Battler is fucking like, what's going on? This is not right. This is not fucking right. What's going on all of a sudden? What's up? The sudden sound had come from the teacup Gretel had been holding, which had fallen and smashed. Sorry, I got careless. Sorry for dropping it. The cup on the floor had smashed to pieces. Would it really have made such a sound and smashed to pieces just by being dropped from that height? Even someone as thick-headed as Battler could realize that she was in a bad mood over something, but he couldn't understand why she had suddenly grown so displeased. Renove! When she made to bend over and picked up the fragments of the cup, Renove appeared out of nowhere and stopped her. You will injure yourself. Leave the cleaning up to me. Shall I bring you another cup of black tea? Don't need it. I guess the demon's black tea just doesn't match my tastes. Whoa. To think there's someone whose tastes aren't satisfied even by Renove's tea. I must respect your discerning palate. I'm getting bored, so I'll go out for a second. Oh wait, so okay, so it wasn't battle or being like something up is happening. It was Angie. Bored? Wait a sec, this is where things are starting to get interesting. About now, Maria's probably gonna say she got an umbrella and letter from Beatrice again, right? This is the essential part. Excuse me. Sorry, counting on you to clean this up. Leave it to me. Without saying anything else, Gretel disappeared of her own accord. Her form literally melted and disappeared into thin air. There was definitely a displeased expression on her face. But neither Battler, nor Renove, and of course not Beto either could understand why her mood suddenly so worsened. I'd understand if it was like, Ava. But why, what do you call it? Why over Rosa and Maria's relationship? Why that? Does it have to do with, like, Maria instead? Maybe? I don't know. Something's amiss? Something ain't right. Something ain't right with those two right now. All that remained was the scent of the black tea she'd spilled. Eh? Eh? Huh? Oh, her POV. I don't like it. No, to be blunt, it disgusts me. Oh, right! Oh, shit, I totally fucking forgot. I totally forgot Angie. Angie got Maria's diary. And, like, that was, like, quote, her only friend. And she, like, summoned Maria's spirit or some shit. Okay. I got it now. I got it. Why are you so irritated, Angie? Why you say? Isn't it obvious? Me no understand. Even Maria One-chan with that blank expression on her face irritated me. As I held my hands, palms up in the empty air from out of nowhere, a single book landed on them. It was Maria's diary. Even though I didn't turn the pages were flipped through despite there being no wind, and the door to Maria One-chan's world opened. Why do you think I'm not happy? Think about it objectively. By objectively, you mean from your viewpoint, right? Well, she sort of got your ass. Are you trying to say that the truth is different from me and you? Truth can change its form depending on the observer. And observers from the future always overwrite that form. Angie, what are you trying to do to my happiness? The pages of the diary were flipped through at greater and greater speeds. Then a brilliant light poured out from the depths of the diary, swallowing everything up and painting over everything with white. Ah, my fucking eyes! Oh. Sorry, Maria, Mama has to take care of some urgent business that's piled up, so I need to stay holed up at the company for a while. I probably won't be able to come back home until late at night the day after tomorrow. Day after tomorrow? What? You're gonna leave your kid alone for what? What about your promise to go to the movies with me on Sunday? Movies? Oh, she fucking forgot. Judging by Rose's tone, she had clearly forgotten that promise. But Maria's response to that was an apology for asking? I'm sorry. Maria apologized for troubling her mother by asking that question. You know you fucked up big time as a parent when your fucking kid's apologizing in your place. What the hell? I'll stay home. I'll wait patiently. I'll take a bath every day and change my underwear. And I know where the money is. I'll go to a different store every day. I'll try not to go out too late. If a policeman asks, I'll say I'm running errands for Mama. I'll do what Mama says like Mama says. That's right. You really are being a good girl. You do that, I'll buy you a present. Okay? Go to bed by 9. You mustn't tell the teacher or any adult. You're such a bad fucking mother. You can't even hire a fucking babysitter? Bruh. Yes, so Mama, do your best at work. Do your best, finish your work, and come back as soon as you can. I won't cry all night and annoy the neighbors anymore. So come back quickly. Well then, I'm busy so I'll hang up. Be a good girl and wait. Don't do anything you shouldn't. Goodbye. Click. With a tone of finality in her voice, Rosa hung up the phone without waiting for her answer. Maria politely set down the receiver and returned to the sofa. There sat the stuffed animal Sakutaro, with whom she'd been watching TV until a second ago. Sakutaro was holding the remote control to the TV. The TV had been turned off because of the phone call. It looked like he was telling her to push the switch because he wanted to watch TV again quickly. Put that shit back on! Wanna watch TV, Sakutaro? What are you? You don't wanna watch anymore? If the actors can get their questions right, they can still make a huge comeback. Oh yeah. Yo, that's enough TV. Again, Mama was busy with her work and didn't come home. Mama works so much overtime that she doesn't come home until it's late. Because she has dates or something, she always comes home after drinking a lot of alcohol, even though she's not good at drinking. Oh, oops. And with a pale face, she'll go straight into the shower and then to bed. And because she has overtime even on the weekends or something, she says she has to spend the night there and almost never comes home. Recently, she started saying about how she's got a big job she's working on, so this sort of thing happens a lot. The pictures I did my best on during drawing time were laughed at by everyone. But even so, I wanted to show them just to Mama. And once again, she won't be able to look at them for me. Bruh. And I could talk about the time everyone pushed the job of cleaning up onto me, but I did my best by myself and was praised by the teacher. Or the time I went shopping and the man at the shop said I'm always such a good kid and gave me a free can of coffee. And there was the time I wanted to encourage Mama because she worked so hard on her job. And had a card for her under her pillow. There's a lot of things I wanted to talk about. Mama's really working hard at her job. She's working with all of our strength so that we can eat every day. I hate her job. If only she'd just fucking quit. Job's an important thing for adults to do. Let's Maria eat, buy clothes, pays for school lunches, and pays a deposit for summer camp. All that happens because Mama works and earns money. I don't need food, I don't need clothes. I don't need school lunches and don't want to go to summer camp. It's not like any other groups will let me join in. Uryu? Just now on the phone, Mama promised she'd buy a present when she comes back from work, right? I think she made that promise because you're important to her, Maria. No, I think she made it just to placate her child. She'd feel bad if she made you lonely. You think so? Uryu. It definitely isn't a pain for her or annoying or anything. Mama also wants to be by your side all the time, Maria. It's also painful and sad for her since she can't do it. Can't do that, rather. I remember when she spent the whole night by your side crying. I didn't understand why she was crying, but she was so sad. And I couldn't do anything but stay silent by her side. I remember the last thing Mama said then. She said, "Thank you, Maria." She said that just by being by your side, you were her only ally in the world. Do you remember? Yeah, I'm her only ally in the world. Sakataro set the remote control on the table and crawled up onto the sofa, sat on my lap, and spoke to me, gazing into my eyes. I'm sure Mama feels the same way you do, Maria. The designs Mama draws are the only ones laughed at by her clients. Only Mama's company has troublesome jobs pushed onto her by other companies. Mama's the president, so she has to take care of everything by herself. Only Mama's company never gets included in the business of other companies. Mama's only ally is Maria. If you tell her to stop doing her job, where in the world could she find an ally? I don't know. Sakataro. The only person I have in the world is Maria. The only person Mama has in the world is Maria. What about you, Maria? I've got Mama and I've got you, Sakataro. So Maria, you aren't lonely at all, Uryu. Since Mama's busy with her work, she can't be together with you very often, but please don't blame her for that, Maria. In exchange, I'll always be here, and we'll be by your side forever. So no cry, okay? Oh fuck, she's fucking sobbing, shit. From the corner of Maria's heart, which she had been doing her best to seal up, drops of sadness finally dripped down. Drip, drip, drop, drop. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Even though weekends when Mama didn't come home weren't that rare a thing, it wasn't as though that night was particularly painful or sad compared to others. And yet Maria's tears poured down. Oh, let me stretch. Maria, don't cry. I'll always be with you. Even if you cry, Maria, I won't. I'm a lion cub, so I won't cry even if I'm lonely. Even though I want to cry too. I wonder what happens to Sakataro. What happened to Sakataro? Like, why don't we see him in like any of the Rokonjima bits? Why won't you cry, Sakutaro? Even though you're so sad that you can't hold back the tears, you won't cry? But if I cry, who will make you feel better? So I won't. After all, I want to get your spirits up. If I get my spirits up, will Mama come back? When Mama comes back, if she's welcomed by a happy Maria, I'm sure she'll be happy. No! Maria guilt trip her. When she comes home, just start crying non-stop and like hug her legs and just start crying non-stop. Wait, actually no, don't do that. If Rose is coming home like drunk and stuff, that's probably an awful thing to do. She'd be like, I'm trying to get the fucking bed, and if like fucking throws her against the wall. Fucking annoying ass kid, fuck off. And she'll start being an abusive mother. So never mind, yeah, never mind. You should welcome her back while you're happy. Never mind. Mama won't be happy. If you do that, then I'm sure her fatigue from work will also be healed. And I'm sure she'll start feeling better sooner and will play with you a lot. When you come home and Mama's waiting for you there and she's in the kitchen in high spirits, don't you feel really happy? I'm sure Mama feels the same way. So if I watch over the house in high spirits, Mama will be happy too. Sakataro nodded deeply with his big head. Big ass head. Tears couldn't keep falling from Maria's eyes. If she greeted Mama with a tear-stained face, Mama would probably get sad too. You know about it, Maria. You can't use the magic that creates smiles if you aren't smiling too. Yeah, I know. So I won't cry anymore. I have an idea for how to have a fun time. Want to hear it, Uryu? What? Mama won't come back. Why did the happy music stop? Mama won't come back until late night Sunday. Oh, okay. I thought some nefarious shit was gonna start happening. I thought Sakataro was like, Mama won't come back until late night Sunday. Why don't we set some stuff on fire? Why don't we commit crimes? Let's have a pajama party and keep it a secret from Mama. Pajama party? Until you get tired late tonight, eat candy and drink soda in bed and play with me. Can't stop yawning for some reason, I'm sorry. Pajama party? Yeah, sounds fun. I don't have to go to bed at 9, right? Mama won't get mad if I don't sleep. She's gonna get fucking pissed. She finds out you're cooked. This is a secret between me and you, and only for when Mama isn't around. So tonight, until you get sleepy, let's have fun the whole time. Let's eat jelly beans and try to guess what color we'll get next. Let's split open peanuts and try to guess which half is the grandpa. And search for treasure in the closet. And more and more. I wonder what it'll taste like if you mix cola and melon soda. I wanted to try that once, but I asked Mama if it was okay and she got mad. Let's keep it a secret from Mama and try it out. Tonight, let's play a lot, laugh a lot, and blow away our tears with happiness. It'll definitely be fun if I'm here. I'll definitely make you happy, Maria. It'll definitely be fun if Sakataro's there. I'll definitely be happy. Thank you. I won't cry anymore. Let's play all we can, get happy all we can, and say welcome back when Mama gets home. Uryu! I think my one issue with Umineko thus far is that sometimes the writing really repeats itself. Like, everything I've been reading so far, like the past 2-3 minutes, is like, let's have a party! Let's have a party! Yeah, let's have a party! Yeah! Let's have a party! A party? Let's have a party! Yeah! And it's so fucking annoying. Everything else is great though, don't get me wrong. If we're noisy enough, I'm sure plenty of friends will come to play from the land of the Looking Glass in Wonderland. We'll have so many friends that we won't be able to get bored. Uryu. Low key, the thing when it goes like Uryu sort of reminds me of like Usagi. Y'all get what I'm saying with that, or what? It's like a bastardized version of Una. Ooh, ooh, nya, nya. Well, I guess Una would be the bastardized version of Uryu. Because it wasn't Umineko first, perhaps? Which one was first? When did Chikawa release? When Chikawa released? Serialized online via Twitter since 2020. Oh wow. So it's really young, huh? That's crazy. Also, hi her. Maybe this is the blueprint. Maybe this is the blueprint of Chikawa Usagi. I mean, I'm gonna tell my kids this was Usagi's father. Oh god, I went there at the wrong hole. Shit. He's my water. You haven't missed much, to be honest. You know, there was this weird moment where Rosa was being really, really nice with Maria. And she even started going, herself, when that's like the one thing she fucking hates about Maria. And it was really creepy. And then Angie/Gretel drops the cup when that exact thing happens. So I'm assuming there's some weird shit going on. At least I think so. A full moon? Oh no. Oh no. No! No, stop! No! You need to get the potion before I change permanently! No! The potion! The coordinates are X 0. And then I like start like, you hear me like my claws clatter against my wood floor, and then like I just like fucking bash through the door, and then you never see me again. It's not Persona until like it's fucking like a green, like really green and shit. Then wait, is Uryu her persona, low-key? Then Maria began her pajama party all alone with Sakataro, having fun late into the night. She played by sticking her hand into the bag of jelly beans without looking, trying to guess which color she'd pull out next. Sakataro had good intuition and got it right a lot. Maria also had a brilliant streak where she guessed right 4 times in a row. The game where she split peanuts open and tried to guess which one was the grandpa was easier than guessing the color of the jelly beans, so she got it right a lot. Sucking her salt-covered fingers was impolite, but that was— oh wait, you also missed fucking Kinzo having this evil fucked up sprite. It was fucking scary. It was okay, so do you see Flickergoon Kinzo in the corner like usual? It was like that, but like with like the updated sprite work, so it was actually sort of scary as hell. He also announced he's actually gonna attend the family conference after the dinner. So there's that. Out of all 4 episodes so far, the 3 of them he never attended shit, never met with the fucking family. Besides like Battler and maybe a couple other people, but the entire family at once, he's never met them. So I'm very excited for that. I think that's why I'm like low-key annoyed right now, because they're sort of like fucking edging us right now. They're like, oh nope, here's Maria backstory. I'm like, no, give me Kinzo interacting with them. She liked both cola and she liked both cola and melon soda on their own. She hoped that by mixing her 2 favorite drinks, there might be a flashlight like alchemy, and a new drink that no one had ever tasted before would be created. She got excited about how if it turned out really delicious, she'd call it Sakataro soda and sell it. unexpectedly had a weird taste that she hadn't hoped for. And the color was somewhat dull and thick. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that black and green mixed together would make this. Black and green. Is that like a callback to Hinzo's drink that he loves, maybe? Or something like that, maybe? I can't remember what color that he loved drinking from, not Goda. Oh, I can't remember his name. Genji! That's his name, Genji. That Genji always made for Kinzo. Imagine that it become a sparkling pineapple color. But it was an awesome, incredible, fun night. If it's this fun here, maybe Mama will feel like coming home and drop by out of the blue. So I got the feeling that Mama might suddenly come home and went to the front door many times to check. But there was no way Mama would be able to come home when she was this busy with work. But rather than a feeling of loneliness, it felt just a little disappointing Mama couldn't join in on this fun late night party. Sometime soon, I'll do this when Mama's around and let her join in. Mama likes some things I don't think are yummy, so maybe she'll really like Sakotaro soda. When Mama comes back tired, I'll serve her some. And more than anything, I want to at least write about this fun night in a letter and tell Mama about it. So that these feelings of happiness will reach Mama too. She's gonna fucking flip her shit, dude. Her work is always so tough and she comes home so tired, so I hope I can share this happiness with her. Mama will almost certainly come home tired late Sunday night. I hope I can brighten her day even a little by sharing this happiness. I gently placed that letter on Mama's desk. To Mama, good job with your work again today, Star. Let me share my happiness with you. From Maria. So much fucking plushies. Then I decided to give a present to Sakotaro for proposing this wonderful party. What? Okay, hold on, wait, pause. What the fuck is a child doing with like a full set of dictionaries, thesauruses, encyclopedias, and world atlases? No fucking 10-year-old girl needs all of this. What the fuck? What is she doing? Playing Wordle? At 9 years old? 10 years old? What's going on here? Wait, did I do today's Wordle, by the way? I've been on a 2-week streak. Number 1464. I did it, right? Yeah, okay, I did it. This word was fucked up and evil. This Wordle was so fucked up and evil. It wasn't horse, I can tell you that much, so that made me sad. Made me very sad it wasn't horse. It was a small red muffler I found when searching for treasure in the closet. When I was still very young, Mama knitted this tiny thing. Maria was embroidered on it with knitting wool. Excuse me. I softly wrapped that muffler around Sakotaro. It really suited him, accenting his yellow with red very well. Oh, that's so cute! What do you... Ancient grimoires. Don't call them books, they're grimoires! Full of ancient knowledge! How dare you! Sakotaro looked embarrassed as he wrote his first present ever. Actually, you know what? That makes sense, actually. If this was all stuff on the occult, if those books were all on the occult, I would excuse it, actually. Looks really good on him. Ooh, Sakotaro, thank you so much for everything. It was so fun tonight. I can't even remember why I was crying. Let's be together from now on. Let's always play and laugh together. La 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 la. Love you, Maria. Me too. Love you, Sakotaro. After playing so wildly, Maria's room was a mess. Maybe she played a little too much. But I'm tired for today, so let's sleep together. And tomorrow, we'll clean up together and welcome Mama with a clean room. Alright, Sakotaro? What do you? See? I am. No, we are so happy, right? Is this your happiness, Maria One-chan? Yeah, I'm happy. Even though you were looking forward to that movie so much, and Aunt Rosa promised she'd take you, she completely forgot. She just forgot because she was so busy with work. Even if she remembered with her work, there'd be nothing she could do. Whether she remembered or not, Mama would have spent the night at work. She couldn't go to the movies. Whether she actually remembered or not is a minor issue. There's no way that's a minor issue. After all, when Aunt Rosa answered movie on the phone, it was obvious she'd completely forgotten her promise. Yeah, like you just said, like right here. You know? Why does it keep repeating itself? Stop! And when she heard that, Maria One-chan's mood definitely darkened. But like you say, even if Aunt Rosa had remembered her promise, you wouldn't have been able to go to the movies in the end. But even so, to think that your mother just forgot her promise to spend one of her few days off with you, it's sad. I'd be fucking pissed. Yeah, it was pretty sad. Because even if she had remembered, we wouldn't have been able to go. But after that, I had a very fun night with very fun night with Sakataro. You must have thought that pajama party looked really fun too, Angie. There's no way that'd be fun. I mean, all that messing around you did that night. I was just intentionally making a big fuss over nothing. Also, you could forget that you were lonely and that your mother wasn't coming home. That's not true. I really did have a fun party with Sakataro. You were just so sad and you hated your mother so much for forgetting her promise that you made a mess of your room. Yeah, she told you just now she's happy. You don't get to dictate whether or not she feels happy, Angie. Shut up. She said it herself that she was happy. It isn't written anywhere. But by reading in the gaps between every line, I can understand your feelings. You didn't have a good time at all that evening. And you stayed up late when you were told not to, broke the strict rule about eating sweets outside of snack time. And when even that didn't bear your sadness, you went wild in your room and made a mess, right? And after you made a mess of your room and were all tired out, all you did was claw at the bedsheets and cry. Now that's a whole ass new sentence. You just fucking made all that shit up. What? That's a whole ass new sentence, girl. Yeah, fucking Maria wrote it. Dear diary, today I drank lots of soda, ate peanuts and jelly beans, and then I messed up my room for fun. What do you mean, cried herself to sleep? Come on now. The diary does say that Mama probably forgot her promise about the movie, and that I stayed up late having a pajama party with Sakataro and made a mess of my room searching for the treasure. Yes, and this is what it means. You were starving for Aunt Rosa's love, Maria One-chan. And Aunt Rosa always put her work and her public image first, always keeping you on the back burner. That's what disgusts me. Because I know just how superficial Aunt Rosa's words of love for you were. You should realize this yourself. How can you say you're happy despite that? I don't understand that part of you, Maria One-chan. Even at my age, I can't understand it at all. Aren't you sad? Why is that you can experience a reality filled with misfortune and can call yourself happy? I can't do it. I can't understand it. Man, you're fucked up, Angie. You're a sad fucking kid, man. I don't get it. Why are you pitying me? Yeah, literally. Literally, she wrote, I had so much fun last night. You know, I'm a little sad that my mom couldn't go to the movies with me and that she forgot the promise, but I still had fun despite all of that. You making all this shit up for her, Angie. Shut up, girl. Come on. Yeah, I'm not trying to be dismissive of Angie's viewpoint either. I'm not trying to be dismissive of that at all, but it's like, also she's an Ushinomiya, so she's being really stubborn over this. Hold on, it all makes sense. She's an Ushinomiya. Also, this goes back to the whole thing they mentioned about 15 minutes ago, is that truth has different forms based on who's viewing it. So I guess that this whole thing was a lesson in that. I guess. Even though a fact about a really fun pajama party is written about in my diary, if the same fact is observed by different people, it has a different form. Why does Angie call her Onechan? Technically, I think technically, if Maria was still alive, Maria would be the older sibling. Not sibling, older cousin. So I think that's why Angie refers to her as Onechan. I remember talking about something like this with Bernkastel. Truth is unfixed and changes its form every time it's witnessed. By the way it's perceived, in other words, depending on the person who perceives it, a single truth becomes different truths. And truths of the past are painted over by truths of the future. I mean, if you haven't been here for like, if you haven't like watched like the past like 3 episodes, you haven't been here for like the past 3 episodes, you've missed a lot. It seems like you don't have a choice but to buy Umineko yourself and play through the everything. I think that's your only recourse, in my opinion, is to go back and play it for yourself so you can witness everything that's happened thus far. Shucks, that's a shame that you gotta do that now. That's just a shame that you legally have to do that. Oh my god. Maybe I should have showered. I think that would have woken me up. In this diary, I wrote that what happened that night was very, very fun. You described the events of that night as something very happy. And yet when you read the diary, the events of that night sound very, very sad. Even though you describe it as a happy scene, I read between the lines and realize that wasn't true. Stop it. If I was ever gonna go for a bachelor's or a master's and I had to write a thesis, I would totally do my thesis on Umineko and how it changed my life. This tells of a happy night. This is the truth of that night. How many dissertations do you think are out there on Umineko, like actually or genuinely? Like how many high school freshmen do you think there are that have started like Umineko and then it took them so long to finish maybe that like they're finishing by like their senior year and like they're told like, you know, write about whatever the fuck for your writing class. And then like this fucking teacher, this literature teacher, language arts teacher, gets like this fucking 10-page essay on Umineko. I would write mine on VTubers. I'd be way too embarrassed on that, dude. No way. I'll be way too embarrassed to write about VTubers. No way. This is VTuber named Archangel Eve, and when I started watching him, my life went downhill. Everything got worse for me. This is the truth of that night. Please don't take this happy truth and paint it over with a new, different truth. Are you happy with this? Angie, I need to slap you upside the face. And like, she just told you, this was a happy night, this was a happy night, this was a happy night, like 3 different times. Girl, fucking Ushinomiyas and how stubborn they are. Yes, she was happy, she just told you. Yes, I'm happy. That's why I feel sad for you, since you wouldn't be able to feel happiness in a similar situation. Right over a master thesis someone wrote about video game storytelling and they used Undertale, so I wouldn't be too shocked. I mean, to be fair, I also... This was for my sophomore year paper. The teacher requested, just write about anything you want to, Eve. Because for me, I was going through like... Dude, I was going through it at that time and my teacher knew. And the assignment was supposed to be like, okay, read this book to read yada 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 blah 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 and write choose like 1 of 5 topics. And she pulled me after class, is like, I know I said to pick any book, but for you specifically I want you to write about whatever, just make it 3 pages long, double space. I'm like, okay. And I wrote about video games and how they were like my only happiness at that time in my life. It was pretty fucking miserable in retrospect. Ugh. Also, I told you about this, right? I've told you guys about this plenty of times. But that same teacher my friends also had, they were tasked with finding a poem that you like. Not writing one, but like any poem. You could write a poem if you wanted to, but like finding a poem and just present it to the class. And then one of my friends who had the class started reading a poem from a game, and then the teacher started tearing up. It's like, oh my god, that was so beautiful, John Smith. Oh, did you make that yourself? No, I got it from Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And then everyone started fucking laughing. Such profound writing. Oh my god, where did you find this? Who's the author? Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Apparently she didn't say anything after that. She just said like, oh, that's wonderful. Oh, please, who's next? Who's next? She fucking changed topics so fast, I bet. Oh man. What's an Assassin's Creed? What's like some profound ass quote that's like from a video game? Oh, there was this one I really liked that I wanted to make my senior quote, but they didn't allow us senior quotes at my high school, sadly. What was it? I think it was like, it was from The World Ends With You, if I remember right. And it's from that secret ending with the bartender guy, whatever the fuck his name was. And it's like, and they dropped the title of the game in that quote. I think it was like The World Ends With You. If you wanna, you know, broaden your horizons, you've got to experience the world. I'm like, he said the name of the world ends with you. Fucking every single time. Fucking Soyjack pointing at the title of the game. Look, they said the name of the game. Title drop. Yeah, they didn't allow it. I don't know why. Last year they allowed it. Oh, but man. Fucking pissing me off, bro. For me, I always think about Robin's Invisible Ties monologue. Okay, fork found in kitchen. Thinking about Robin? What's new? But let me guess, the second one was like, there's better places to sleep on than in a field, you know. Sorry, that was personal, my bad, yo. I wanted to put despite everything and still use mine, but they only let people who sat on stage during graduation to have quotes. What? What the fuck? That's fucked up. Hey, you mean? Well, I wouldn't have been able to decide on a senior quote. The closest I got to having a quote wasn't even my senior year, it was my junior year, actually. So they went around, some of like the students. One of the students, part of this like I think it was the yearbook club or something like that. They were going around asking like questions and stuff to, I guess, put in the yearbook. And one of them went up to me, and they were like, "Hey, what did you want to be when you were a kid?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I want to be a dentist because my mom wants me to be a dentist." I'm like, "Okay, what do you mean? What about now? What do you want to do now?" And then I put, "My mom still. I want to be a dentist still because my mom still wants me to be one." I was just being cheeky. And then they actually put that in the fucking yearbook, and I got really embarrassed. I quoted a Luna song. That could have been a better quote though. What'd you quote? Quoting K-pop. I would have quoted what would I quote? I don't remember any of the lyrics. I put like day one on repeat, and also that one Yukika song, and that's about it when I want to listen to K-pop. So if I'm feeling particularly spicy, I'll put on Joppin'. I'll put on Jopping. If I'm feeling a little crazy, you know what I mean? My year did not have senior quotes. Yeah, you and me both. Come the fuck on, man. One of the Splatoon second scrolls about how life was a festival, that I couldn't fit it. Oh, that's cute. Do I even like jopping? Do I like breathing? Hello? Fucking asking me that question? Come on. You're gonna ask if I like Sticker. I don't like Sticker. I love Sticker. We should listen to that right now, actually. The first fucking notes, and I'm fucking in hysterics. It sounds like fucking shit. It sounds so fucking bad. It's so fucking bad. I've tried to fuck with it so bad. And like, it sounds good at the end ish. It sounds okay like at the end when like the recorder isn't fucking playing or whatever the fuck it is. It sounds okay then. And then it just falls apart, man. Come on. My font. Don't worry, I only played the first like 4. No, that's enough. They're gonna get me for that. You didn't ask me to fuck with it. Come on, it's awesome. It's fucking awesome. I love it so much. Come on, bruh. I love Sticker. Sticker's my favorite. Trying to like fucking what's it called? Stockholm myself into enjoying it. Come on. I like it, but in the same way people like the gummy bear. I'm a gummy bear. I'm a gummy. My friend tried to when I was high off of the anesthetics, for like going loopy and crazy. They tried to get me to listen to the Gummy Bear song, but instead I joined the Discord call that was going on and put on my video. And I don't remember anything, but apparently I started trying to like get up, but I just couldn't, and I kept falling back down on the couch. And they were like, "No, Eve, stop! Get back on the couch, stop!" Stop it, no, stop. My two favorite bits from that was when I tweeted out, and like the most lucid thing ever is that I tweeted out that he took everything from me in reference to the dentist. And then my friend just typed out Eve. And then I was like, that my name? That my name, Eve, I'm Eve. Because they were trying to like Eve, you need to when you go to bed tonight, put down towels on your pillow, okay? But they were just like, Eve, and I was like, oh, Eve, that my name, that me. Like some fucking dog. Oh man, I tweeted so much stupid shit. It was great. I've talked about this like 10 fucking times, but it never gets tiring to me. It's so fucking funny. Someone would have to. Oh no, my tea bag fell into the rest of my tea. Shit. Oh wow. It's lukewarm anyway, so rather it's cold now. That was my fear. I thought of turning my phone off. But like I said, before getting your wisdom teeth taken out, all you have to do is think really hard about something that you would want to talk about while you're passed out or like high off whatever the fuck. That's all you have to do. Remember, I said that I thought really hard about the Pillsbury Doughboy. Like I chose something so fucking random. I chose the Pillsbury Doughboy. And then I ended up talking about how I want to put the Pillsbury Doughboy in a jar and shake him really hard and kill him. And neck exercises. Neck exercises too. I googled that. And then I also, likewise, I also talked about in the group chat. I was like, oh yeah, man. Do you remember to do your neck exercises, everybody? Like I just thought about the most random fucking shit. It's random. Well, if you think about VTubers, just be sure to pick like inconspicuous ones. Don't pick the ones you're obsessed with. You pick the ones you're obsessed with, they're gonna let loose like the most parasocial shit in the world, man. Like, dude, just don't. You gotta be careful. You have to be careful. I still remember going under. It was so funny. They were like, okay, I think it was either start counting to 10 or count down from 10. And they had the needle. I'm like, okay. I was like, okay, start counting. I'm like, okay, 1, 2, or maybe like 10, 9, 8. I got like 3 digits in. They hit me with the needle, and I immediately fucking passed out. Dude. And I remember bits and pieces on that day for like as flashbacks. I remember one of like the nurses or dental assistants having to help my dad like get me into the car because I couldn't stand up straight, and then all of a sudden I was at home on the couch and everything. It was so fucking funny. It was great. Oh man. My friend got her gallbladder taken out, and when she woke up, she cried about her dog and Leon Kennedy. Me as fuck. I get it. That's me crying about my dogs. About my dogs Kobe and Casper, and then crying about like the one man I'm obsessed with for the month or whatever the fuck. See, that's what I was scared of. I was scared I was gonna start talking about, like, I thought the one thing I was so afraid of was I was afraid of like accidentally coming out or admitting that my gender's nowhere on like on the spectrum or whatever the fuck. I was so scared I would accidentally do that. So that's why I had to think so hard about like a bunch of random shit. That's why I had to think so hard. God forbid I accidentally come out, dude. Holy shit. God fucking forbid. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Oh yeah, my interview too. I had my interview yesterday. I woke up about like 10 to 15 minutes prior, Okay, let me clarify. I actually woke up like pretty damn early. I woke up at about like 9 or 10. But then I was like, I'm still tired, so I'm gonna go back to bed. And then I fell back asleep, and then I woke up again about 15 minutes away from my interview or so. I'm like, ah, shit. So I woke up, I didn't even wash my face or anything, I just raw dogged it. I combed my hair, and then I brushed my teeth at the very least. And then like there was a flannel in my room just on the floor. I'm like, okay, I'll put this on. I buttoned it up, and then I was like still in my boxers because it was so hot. I didn't have like sweats on or anything. I was just like half naked. I'm like, well, whatever. They're only gonna see the top half anyway. And then I interviewed. Better than wasting time being nervous though. I don't know. I'm not nervous anymore when it comes to interviews. I get like nervous like a little bit, but then it starts happening, and just like, oh, I don't give a fuck anymore. Sort of the same with like presenting. I get anxious for a little bit, and then I'm just like, oh, I actually don't give a fuck. And yeah, if I fumble, I fumble, dude. It's whatever. I don't give a fuck. And as far as presenting goes, it's like, who gives a shit? Nobody, like, when you're presenting in class, of course there are exceptions. Like, if you're presenting in class to other students and everyone has to do, everyone's too busy worrying about how they're gonna present themselves too. So like they're like half listening at best. What kind of position is it? Lap dancer, stripper. No, I don't have the moves for that. Wish I did. I wish I could do body rolls. Can't. I lied, I'm sorry. Front desk position, I'll say that. It's a little bit of everything. They want me to do like social media. They want me to do a bit of cleaning and stuff. They want me to do a bit of everything. But for the most part, it's supposed to be like front office work and like presenting memberships and shit. And that's about it. They said they'll get back to me either next week or the week after. I also have another interview, and I say this very lightly, but I have another interview, quote, coming up, end quote. I submitted that app like 3 days ago, and they said like, hey, we're interested in interviewing you. Pick a date. And the next available date was literally in a month. So if they don't get back to me and offer me the job, I guess I have that going on. But if I do get hired by the people who interviewed me yesterday, then I'm just gonna cancel that. But yeah, dude, a month in advance interview is fucking nuts. Like, what? That's crazy. Crazy is an understatement. A whole month in advance is fucking like, what? What do you mean? What did they mean by this? Like, huh? 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 I really don't get it. At least they let me schedule it. I didn't really have a choice in the matter. There was one day available. There was one single day available. It's like, hey, this is the only day we can interview you, bitch. I'm like, oh, okay. Presenting is fun to you, but I also don't ever get nervous. I wish I had that power in high school. What the hell? In high school and college, at least my early years. I was, oh man, bruh, I was a nervous, awful mess. Like one time in middle school, we had to do presentations on like anything we wanted to. I did mine on a hip hop artist I was listening to at the time, Nujabes. And, oh god. I was really passionate about it. And literally the only person listening to these presentations was the teacher, at least for this specific one. And I made eye contact with her once, and then I started stuttering. I, you have to up. And he, and then I looked at the board and then back at her. And then she was just looking at me nodding. And I'm just like, I'm gonna kill myself. I was like, I'm gonna kill myself, man. Are you kidding me? Actual fucking nervous wreck. Yeah. Humiliating. At least only to my teacher. Excuse me. Excuse. Alright, enough about that. No more. Let's see. Do I have anything else to talk about? Did I bookmark anything? I think I did. Something I thought was funny. No, it's just a bunch of Venti art from his birthday. Which is awesome, by the way. This is like my Super Bowl. This is like the equivalent of the Super Bowl for me, or any other major event. His birthday. Nivolet's birthday too. Just see all of his fucking art. It's my fucking feast. Like a buffet. All you can eat, man. Oh yeah, speaking of Twitter though. There's like such like a mix of people who are happy about like going to Offkai, and then a balance of people who are like also really sad. Like there's a FOMO crowd, there's a non-FOMO crowd. To be honest, I'm part of the non-FOMO crowd, and I stopped like having any sort of FOMO when I stopped going to AX. What I feel like once you've gone to one con at least, or like a couple, you stop having FOMO. The stench? Oh yeah, I fucking read that. No way, bro. No way. We've been as a whole tweeting about like, hey, everybody please shower, and still somehow we managed to smell like shit. Come the fuck out. It's not that hard. Spray on some fucking Axe, buddy. Come on. I think it must be fun for VTubers, VTuber fans, being able to catch up, yeah. Excuse me. It's a fun time being able to catch up with all your friends and either meet them for the first time or otherwise, VTuber moods, etc, etc. It's a shame too, because my friends were offering like, oh yeah, you know, you can room with us, don't worry about it. If you know, you fly over to like wherever the fuck Offkai is, the area, you know, we can like book an Uber together, etc, etc. I'm like, that's really sweet of you, but I'm unemployed. It's like, no, it's okay, you don't have to pay anything for the room. I'm like, no! I'm too stubborn and prideful to want to accept that much kindness from others, but also, and then I'd have to pay like another couple $100 for like the Offkai tickets. So at that point, I would literally just be in the hotel room all day, just like a sad, sobbing, wet puppy left in the rain, just waiting for my friends to come back. It's like, you guys want to hang out now? Are you guys tired? That's probably what would have happened. But I mean, I've met them twice now, my friends. I mean, at least the friends that were offering. I know, seriously, no, they're so nice. It seemed like a good time, but I'm very glad it didn't go on account of the smell. Jesus Christ. I'm so glad I don't have any BO. I'm just so glad I don't have any body odor. Body odor. God bless. I'm so glad that I have deodorant. I'm so glad that I as a human being know how to shower. I'm just so glad for all of these things. Thank you for teaching me basic hygiene, internet. Thank you so much. Excuse me. So real. My mama's texting me. I got you a Costco hot dog. Come downstairs and eat. Oh fuck yeah, $1.50 Costco hot dog. Life is worth living. I always smell good. Do I smell right? I never understood the smell test. There's no way, like, unless like you have a disgusting fucking body odor that just like stings your nostrils. I never understood how you can like smell yourself and like smell it, you know? You're constantly surrounded by, not even surrounded, you are used to the smell of you, I imagine. Unless like you got like covered in dirt and mud or otherwise. I don't imagine you'd be able to smell yourself. Hey, hot dog! I wish I always smelled good. I sort of smell like nothing. Maybe it's in the hair products. Maybe I have to start using perfumes. I love perfumes and colognes so much to smell bad. Yeah, I don't have it anymore because I ran out, but I had like a couple of like those mini sample bottles. And if I was really desperate to like make a good impression, or if I was going out to hang out with friends for the night, I would just spray it on my clothes. Especially around the, if it was a collared shirt, I would spray it on that especially. But also, that stuff is way too expensive for me. That stuff's way too expensive to like, for me to want to go out of my way to buy. I'll just stick with basic ass deodorant, to be honest. As long as I don't smell like shit, I'm a-okay. Unless it's a date or something. I don't gaff about body odor. As long as I don't smell doo-doo, I'm good. What perfume do I wear? I'm a fan of like floral ones. I can't remember what it was called, but I used a floral one for a while. It's a shame too, because I accidentally left it in my car one time, and it was also really hot. So the bottle got like, really like, it swelled up, that's what I'm looking for, it got swollen. So I just like, I undid the top and just threw it away. God forbid that thing was gonna blow up in my car or otherwise. Probably the sun also cooked it to a degree. It was like a quarter full still too. Yeah, fresh suns, like fresh suns. Naturally occurring, if you will. Okay. I think I'm all out of chatterbox energy. I can't think of anything else. Oh, last night, went to my friend's stream for her birthday. That was fun. And then I started thinking they were getting drunk, and I was thinking about like, damn, it's been a while since I got drunk for a while. I sort of want to keep it that way though. Maybe I'll drink on my birthday. What am I even gonna do though? Should I finish that one game, Poppy Playtime? Maybe it's time I finish that. No, I was so drunk. Oh fuck, I was so drunk. I remember like talking about like the dark hour or something like that in the game, which is fucking crazy. I'm like, dude, what's going on? Oh my god. And then I got stuck in that one part because of like the smoke or whatever. Bruh. The coordination in that game, come on man, leave me alone. Maybe I should play Fire Emblem while I'm drunk as shit. Wait, no, Streets Fighter 6 while I'm drunk as shit? Hold on. I just might be onto something. I should play like an Otome too. I gotta write this stuff down. Where's my phone? Three days ago, stream idea. What? Stream for at least 3 hours in Glorp costume and only speak in Glorp. Bonus points for alien sounding music theater. When the fuck did I talk about this? What? What? What the fuck? Stream for at least 3 hours in Glorp costume and only speak in Glorp. 3 days ago, what? How do I not remember what happened 3 days ago? For Halloween? Well, I guess I have to pull up on this idea now. Sure. A Halloween stream. That's a crazy ass idea. Speak glorp the entire stream at least 3 hours? What the fuck's wrong with me? So stupid. No way. Okay, enough. About Alien Simulator? Okay, it's very slowly coming back to me. Wait, I remember making a joke about that now. Like, yeah, man, this is actually like how we invaded. This is just like how my father invaded Earth. This is actually really similar. I didn't think this game would be very accurate. Oh, I remember now. And then I would like, and then I would type in as a translator. I would roleplay as my own translator. He says this is how his grandparents invaded the Earth a couple thousand years ago. What type of enjoyment are you gonna get from this stream though if you can't understand anything I'm saying? Like what enjoyment are you getting from me going? How am I gonna scream an alien? This is a stupid idea. We were playing Homie Cipher. What's that? Homicipher? Homie Cipher? In Steam. Homicipher is a language deciphering and exploration ADV based on the concept of romance with horror, man. Protagonist who has wandered into another world interacts with non-human beings to decipher their language while striving to escape. What the hell are you supposed to... Oh. These look interesting. That's cool. Actual game. Well, I mean, it's a language deciphering game. I bet that'd be very confusing. I heard there's another game pretty similar to it where you help out this random girl. No. You wake up in this world and you don't understand any of the language, and it's your job to ascribe meanings to what you find out in the world. I think something like that. I think it's something like the game never tells you whether or not you're right, which is sort of crazy. But also very interesting, but I think it'd be very infuriating. At least for me. I'm bad at puzzles, if you couldn't tell. Okay, no more. Stop. How do I even segue into like, what happened? Did I just start talking about random shit? Okay, we're back to not Cipher, Umineko. Shut up, Cipher. What the fuck? My god! Oh shit, my hot dog. You're right. Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make some more tea while I'm at it. Sorry. Oh, give me like 20 minutes. Give me like 20 minutes. I'll probably make some more tea too. Break time. Back at what's 20 plus 50? 10. So I'd be back at 20. No, wait. I'll be back at 10. Right? Yes, 10. my time. I gotta speed run this glizzy. Oh, I gotta burp. It's coming. That was nothing. Never mind. Okay, BRB. Wait, no, tunes. You need tunes. How fucking dare I? Okay, now I'll be right back. La 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 la. right on time. Oh, even earlier. Cool. Way to go, man. Dude, what if I just stopped playing Umineko and just started playing Genshin Impact? Did you get mad? Dude, there was like, my friend was like, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, not he. They play Genshin still, like they're dedicated. They fucking love this game to death. I love Genshin, mostly just because of the lore, and me too, but like, they force themselves to play constantly, to get through all the current patches, to do 100% exploration, find all the Sealies, all the this, all the that. But they're also like a big lore head. Me, I'm also big on the lore as well. But like Natlin is, whenever I bring up Genshin, I keep bringing up how fucking like boring Natlin is. But oh my god, it is so fucking boring. It's so awful. It's such a nothing burger. It is so nothing, and I thought they really had something going with Ororon. Is that his name? I think his name's Ororon, the 4-star character, who was sort of in cahoots with Capitano. But like his whole thing was like he doesn't have like an ancient hero's name or whatever. And it's like his whole defining thing is like he feels like he doesn't have a purpose. And I'm like, okay, wait, this is good. This is good. We can do something with this writing. We can do something with this writing. It's like, yeah, your ancient name doesn't define you. You know, tradition doesn't have to tradition as change doesn't have to hold you down. You can be your own person, Odoron. You don't have to like, you know, be confined only to Natlin and its traditions. You don't need to have an ancient name to have value as a human being. Oh, what's this? Oh, guy goes out the window. Guess who just magically got an ancient name? That fucking part pissed me off so fucking bad. That pissed me off so fucking bad. Because all the writing was pointing to like, oh yeah, you know, even if Natlin is a nation that is steeped deeply in tradition, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to follow it. I'm like, this writing's awesome. You know, maybe I was wrong about Natlin. Maybe I was wrong.
I guess we just got his ancient name, guys. Yes, he just got his cool powers.
Kill me. Fucking kill me. But then there was like that other update. Talk to Albedo and stuff. And then basically this next lore chapter. Ooh! Dinner and Psalm, I believe this track is from Engage. This next patch pretty much details like all the reasoning as to like what the Abyss sibling is doing, why we're in Teyvat. That's what my friend is saying anyways. I'm like, wait, we're actually in the Genshin endgame? So like what's gonna happen after this? Genshin has been ongoing for roughly 4 years now. Are they just gonna end the game like here? Or is there gonna be like some whole ass new plotline after this? And I'm like really curious about how they're gonna go from there. Pissed you off so bad? You and me both, girl. Come on. Like, dude. Fucking, oh my god. So awful. And I know it's because, like, after the peak known as Fontaine was over, it was a lot to live up to. I would have even been happy with, like, a mid-story. The characters are, like, so whatever. The way they handled like visiting all the other tribes felt like so whatever. It was just really bad in my opinion. Don't even get me started on the lack of like, okay, this is a personal thing, really up to other people, but like don't even get me started on the lack of like male characters as a whole in Natlin. Okay, yeah, there's like some cool male NPCs, but how about like playable characters and shit? What about MiHoYo? Come on. Wait, what about MiHoYo? Say that one more time. What about MiHoYo? Oh, he said the thing. But literally, what about me, dude? What about me, Hoyoverse? Come on. Where's the love? Where's the love for the guys who like guys, or like the girls who like the guys, etc., etc. Get me out of this waifu game. Not that I actually mind, but like, come on. Apparently they also teased Varka, so that's also exciting. But if he is just some fucking twink, I might actually lose it. Maybe I might coo for a bit and be like, oh my god, he's so cute. But like, if he's supposed to be, if I remember, he's supposed to rival like Capitano in terms of strength to some degree. And if he's just some twink, I'm gonna go crazy. Not in a good way. Not in a good way. I'm gonna go like fucking nuts. But I'm excited. I'm excited. If he's actually the adventuring XP, no, don't. Do not tempt fate. Do not tempt God. Do none of these things. Don't even give him the real model. Give him a new model that they can start using for men, and it's called the buff male model men. Whatever. Please. They could do something very funny, though. They could do something very funny. Here's Varka with a completely unique male model, unique face and everything, but he's not playable. Lol. That, oh my god, that'd be so fucking funny. That'd be so fucking funny, actually. Okay, let me check something real quick. Are the pixel pics in MapleStory yet? Because that's like the one thing I've been fucking waiting for. I know C is available, Challenger World's available. What? I need the aesthetics, brother! Do I have to go to the site? I think I have to go to the site to check it out. Tia Estelle. I think the Tia Estelle, the new character, is pretty cool. But I'm tired of mages, TBH. Oh, this is a huge update, oh my god. Okay, let me see. Update. Cash Shop update. Let's see what some of these look like. Is the pixel stuff here yet? Is it here yet? Is it here yet? Is it here yet? Male hairstyles look ugly. Male face styles, all the same. Ongoing sales. Philosopher books. Hairstyles, all looks the same. When are the pixel pics gonna come around, dude? Oh, boss hairstyles. That's interesting. They're still not available? The pixel pics still aren't available? Dog. You're driving me up the wall with this shit, MapleStory. Come on, Nexon.
Whatever. I don't really care that much.
Yeah, I do. I give a fuck. I gaff a lot. I gaff quite a bit, actually. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Alright, they were arguing about like blah 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 happy blah blah blah, reading between the lines blah blah blah. Whoever sees the truth alters it, yada yada yada. Whoever is from the future, I believe she said, that views the truth from the past, will alter it permanently or some shit like that. Right now I'm like she was then, just as isolated with no friends. Angie had accepted her isolated reality for what it was. But Maria painted over her isolated reality with the reality of happiness. Ushidomiya Maria took a sad truth and changed it into happiness. That was the only and yet very large difference between me and Maria One-chan. And even though I'm unable to accept it, I'm also jealous of that power. Yes, that's right. This is power. I was able to find happiness with that power. Because you don't have that power, you can't find happiness, Angie. What is that power? I didn't know what to call that power either. Not at this point in time, at least. Eventually, I was taught its true form. It's love! It's love, isn't it? Ah! Love is the power to shape things. The next page. So then late Sunday night, Mama came back with a present just like she'd promised. I'm back. Mama! Welcome home! Mama's back! Mama's back! Waiting to greet Rosa as she returned home, all tired out, was Maria in an unbelievably good mood, holding Sakataro. Most likely, Rosa's worn-out expression was partly because she really was tired, but partly because it would be a pain when Maria, who should have been grumbling after staying home alone for several days, would cling to her sobbing. However, when she was welcomed by an unbelievably happy Maria, and found that her fears were unbelievably needless, Rosa couldn't hide her surprise.
Why are you a happy child? Why? Why are you in a great mood? That's pissing me off.
Someone here? It was strange enough to make Rosa think that a friend had come over, and that she'd come home right when they were having a good time playing together. There were no other shoes by the entrance. Even though Maria was in such high spirits, she'd been home alone. At first, Rosa was suspicious that the cause of this unexpected good mood could be nothing good. That really was a needless fear. And in any event, Maria really had been in a good mood while she watched over the house. Even if Rosa's heart had been as cold and hard as a rock, after being welcomed with a smile like this, Rosa started to honestly accept that smile, and a smile rose to her own face automatically. Oh, thank God. In that smile, you could no longer see any of the weariness of someone who'd been unable to return home for several days. Maria kept talking about what a fun time she'd had playing with her stuffed animal, Sakataro. Rosa really hadn't imagined the stuffed animal she herself had given would be so appreciated, and she couldn't hide her pleased surprise. I see. So you spent the time together with Sakataro. Well done, Maria. Here's a present for Maria and Sakataro for being so good. What do you? Fuck yeah, present! What the fuck's in it? What's in the box?
What's in it? What's in it?
Both Maria and Sakataro started jumping around.
A gun!
There were two presents. One contained an assortment of Western sweets. Ooh, chocolate. Inside was a Scotch cake. It looked to be of very high quality. But Maria was more interested in the other one. The other one was an even bigger box, and it was pretty heavy. Go ahead and open it. They might become new friends for you and Sakataro. Okay. Wow, what's this? What is it? Inside, laid there like chess pieces, were about 20 small ceramic figures shaped like animals. Squirrels, rabbits, small birds, dogs, and cats. And they were all holding musical instruments. In addition to them, there was also a panorama-style background. Oh, a forest scene was drawn in it. Small forest animals were gathered in a plaza and looked like they were having a good time. Rosa set it up on the table, and when she lined them up, the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it became a band of forest animals. Isn't it wonderful? I saw it in a store window and I was taken with it at a glance. This is a present for you for being such a good girl home alone, Maria.
Oh, fuck yeah, thank you, mama!
Awesome, Sakataro! Look how much our friends have grown! It's just like you said, Sakataro. It was true that if we had a fun, noisy time, we'd get more friends.
Uh-oh, you shouldn't have said that out loud. You shouldn't have said that out loud. Now Rosa's gonna get mad at you.
Look, we have more friends. Look, we have more friends. Woo-hoo.
Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, thank God. I thought you. What do you mean you had a noisy time? And then she'd get angry or some shit.
Or if that her gift had been appreciated. Rosa remembered that she'd been filled with several days of weariness. Mama, you worked really hard. Go take a shower. If you take a hot one, I'm sure your weariness will go away. Wanna take a bath? I'll choose what to put in the bath today. Thank you. But it's already late, so get ready to go to bed. Mama's tired, so I'll just take a shower and go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. Okay, I got it! Here, Mama, I'll take your coat off. I can do it myself. Oh, thank you. Mama, your coat's full of smells from outside. Hmm?
Uh-oh, something fell out?
I'll pick it up, okay? When she took Rosa's coat, a receipt or ticket stub or something fell out. It had been in Mama's pocket, so it was probably important. Maria hurriedly picked it up. It looked like a ticket for the green car, or the Shinkansen or something. Atami? Wasn't that a place famous for its hot springs? At that moment, with a razor-sharp sound, the warm atmosphere shattered. Instead of the Rosa who had been there just a second ago, enjoying the gift with her daughter and recovering from her weariness with a long-awaited return home, there stood a person who looked exactly the same, but who had a completely different, terrifying expression on her face. In her hand was the ticket stub that Maria had picked up. She'd stolen it from Maria's hand in an instant, just a few seconds too late, by the pain of her hand that had been hit. And her mother's expression. Maria realized that she must have done something wrong.
Dog.
But she didn't know what she had done that had gotten her in trouble. It was probably because of that ticket stub-like thing. Was she not supposed to touch it? Even though she had tried so hard to welcome Mama with fun and happiness, she had touched something important to Mama without asking, and ruined the pleasant atmosphere. So Maria apologized immediately. Sorry. Even though she must have heard those words of apology, Rosa's expression actually darkened. Maybe those weren't the words she had been hoping for.
Were you looking for an excuse to hit Maria again, motherfucker? Fuck you, Rosa. Did you go to the fucking hot springs and pretend that you were at work? You lying son of a bitch.
Hi, camera. Hello.
What the fuck?
Maria didn't know what to do and stared at her mother's reaction. And even though it should have been such an important ticket stub, Rosa crushed it up and hurried off to her room. Maria didn't really understand what she had done wrong. Oh, I must have done something I shouldn't have. Maria, you didn't know. The paper must have been something important for Mama's work. And I touched it without asking.
I didn't do anything wrong, Maria. That's why tonight was so very happy. Yeah, happy. And when Mama takes a bath and clears her head, she'll go back to being the normal, nice Mama. So you mustn't worry about it. Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no! Wait, no, that's Kinzo. That's Kinzo. We're going to the family conference! What? Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no! Now I gotta listen to it and pretend it's Kinzo in my head. Where is it? There's that video of Peter Griffin going, oh, holy fuck. There's that. Picture of me rock climbing, venti, 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 venti pictures, venti pictures, venti pictures, venti pictures, pictures of my model, venti, 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 venti. Oh my god, venti, venti. Wow, I really did spam RT venti. Holy shit. Way to go, past me. Fuck yeah. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the one where he's going? Oh, hell no. Yes.
Philadelphia! What? We're flying to Philadelphia! Oh, hell no!
What? We're flying to Rokenshima! Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no! Venti's whatever, honestly. And it's so funny, because, like, I like Venti, but my favorite character is Nouvelette. I just like him because he's such a like cute design. I mean, he's also a really good character. I also like him for his character too. But if we're talking like peak favorite characters, number 1 goes to Nouvelette and Farina. 2 is probably Zhongli, and then 3 is probably Venti, TBH. But then I have the most merge of Venti. It's pretty funny. You're right. Mama's tired too. Ooh, mustn't worry about it. After all, we were so happy tonight. Ooh. Just stop it, I can't watch this. I think you're looking for happiness in the wrong way. You're the one who's wrong, One-chan. How can you call this happiness? It's so pitiful I can't watch anymore. What is? That Mama suddenly got mad? That happens sometimes when humans get tired. Condemning a person because of momentary misplaced emotion isn't very adult of you. Well, I don't think, like, abusing your child and hitting them all the time and screaming at them is also very adult of them either, Maria. So... I can't believe I'm hearing this from a 9-year-old. But that's not the problem. That ticket stub you picked up was clearly strange. What was? There was nothing strange about it and has nothing to do with the happiness of that night, right? Rosa called because she'd been staying over at her company because of work, right? Why, Atami! Isn't that what you call a vacation? It means she left you and went on a vacation, right? No, you normally don't go on a vacation by yourself. Even if that was a ticket for Atami, that alone doesn't make it proof that Mama lied and went on vacation, right? She lied on the phone, and then she changed her expression so drastically and grabbed it from you. What more proof could you want? It might have been from a business trip long ago, right? If it was, then why'd she get so fucking angry? And maybe she just happened to pick up some trash and put it in her pocket. It might have been a receipt from someone who worked for her, who went on a business trip. In that case, it would be important for her work. It wasn't a toy, so I can understand why Mama took it away.
This evidence you're talking about is only circumstantial. Imagination and delusions. I don't know why you're interpreting it in a way that makes the relationship worse. I'm the one who doesn't understand why you're interpreting it in a way that's so convenient for Aunt Rosa. As I thought, you're a pitiable child, Angie. Even though there are so many fragments lying about you that could make you lying about you. Wait, hold on, I'm misunderstanding this sentence. Even though there's so many fragments lying about you that could make you. Oh god. Oh, I'm stuffy again. Fuck my bugger life. I could use that tea now. Fuck my life. You can't find them. Instead, you only look at unhappy fragments and continue to get hurt. That's why you're scared of being hurt. And only start looking for happiness after you check to make sure there's nothing around you that could hurt you. When I talk with you, Nechan, it gets hard to tell which one of us isn't making sense. You know what? There are lots of happy and unhappy fragments, and they fill the world up. So people who can't find happiness right beside them won't be able to find it no matter how hard they look. Like Telltale and Midol searching for the blue bird. What the fuck is Telltale and Midol? Or Middle? What the fuck? That's made up! I'm so sorry, this is real. Maeterlinck's Bluebird, Telltale and Midol's Adventurer's Journey. I see. It's a thank you call, thanks. Yeah, that story with the moral. You're the complete opposite, Angie. You're searching for a world without a fragment of unhappiness. But that's the same as the blue bird. So you'll be unable to find your happiness for all eternity. Is Battler Hansel? Or is he the blue bird? Give it a rest already. In any event, I understand that a night of happiness was wasted because a single scrap of paper. Sure is scary that a single scrap of paper could do that. In that case, maybe the power to get your happiness back can also lie in a single scrap of paper, right? Just when she'd finally been able to communicate with Maria after so long, Rosa's face twisted with a mixture of anger, sadness, and a fierce self-hatred as she flew into her room and closed the door. Maria's sari had sliced into her chest sharper than a knife. At that time, she noticed a cute envelope placed on her study table. It was probably something that had come with a girl's magazine. Mama, let me share my happiness with you, it said. She took it and after hesitating, opened it and read what was inside. And after letting 2 large tears drip down the paper, she flew out of the room, hugged Maria from behind as she headed for the bathroom, buried her face into her daughter's back, and cried. Then realizing that she was the one who should be apologizing,
Are you going to? No, she apologized! Why is Mama apologizing? There was no answer to that question. Look, we already made up. Something like that was absolutely nothing to worry about because of the friendship Mama and I share. To me, your happiness is too painful, Maria. I understand how you feel more or less. Before I realized I had that power, even I was a pitiful child who could only find fragments filled with misfortune, just like you are now. What is that power? This power that I don't have, but you do. Are you saying I'm unfortunate and you're blessed because I don't have that? What is this thing you can't describe except with an abstract word like power? Yeah, you do want to know that, Angie. That's why you've been reading my story so far. Of course I'll teach you. I'll show you the secret to that power. And it's something I taught you about long ago when you were little, right? Did you forget? Is it love? Please let it be love. It's okay, I remember. Now no, she'll teach you. She? Who's that? Beatrice! Beatrice. The power Maria has, but you do not. Yeah, the power I have, but Angie doesn't. It's magic. Maria and Beto said it together. And then they started giggling because they'd said it at the same time. It was an innocent reaction, one that didn't seem like Beto at all. Blah, blah. Black tea was arranged on the table in a peaceful garden. And Beto, Maria, and Sakataro, who was sitting on Maria's lap, were having fun chatting. You see, he's called Sakataro, so this is your best friend. Uryu. Nice to meet you, I'm Sakutaro. Sakataro's shy, so he's nervous. It's okay, Beatrice is also a great friend of mine. Are Maria's friends my friends? And I'm Beatrice's friend too, yes you are. Yeah! Maria, does something like this happen frequently for you in your everyday life? What? Is breathing a spirit of magic into inorganic matter and giving it life like this commonplace in your everyday life? Sakataro isn't inorganic matter, he's a lion cub. Oh, is he actually fucking alive? Oh shit. A stuffed animal makes for an excellent vessel. It's not uncommon for spirits to be made to reside in them, when they're spoken to by innocent children with no toxin. According to Beatrice, every time a child plays with dolls, the dolls actually gain a will and converse with them, sometimes even moving by their own will. However, because of their innocence, the power imbued into such a vessel is very weak. If they get struck with even a tiny bit of the toxin from a human's common sense, which says there's no way a doll can talk or move, they instantly revert to being non-speaking dolls. However, this Sakataro stuffed animal of yours is different. Sakataro's a stuffed animal, but he isn't one. Uryu! I'm a lion cub. Rara, Uryu! He's a lion cub, but he's still a kid, so he can't roar sometimes. Gazing at Maria, who was playing around with Sakataro by the table loaded with tea, Beatrice let out a sigh of admiration. Oh, my nose! Fuck my baka life! Why am I stuffy suddenly? I think my nose is running out too. Fuck. This sucks. This fucking blows. How incredible! The Sakataro with a cloth and cotton vessel as a shell has completely materialized into the human world. He has his own personality, talks with the summoner freely, and even moves by his own will. And even more surprising is that Maria didn't summon him using the name of a person from another world, but created him out of the sea of zero. After that, Maria boasted to Beto that Sakataro wasn't her only friend, and that she had many more of them back home. It seemed there were other similar stuffed animals and dolls who could talk and move of their own will like Sakataro. It was something natural for Maria. It was natural for stuffed animals to talk, move, and become her friends of their own will. When she saw that Maria accepted this as something natural, as a witch, Beatrice felt a respect bordering on awe. Maria, without a doubt, that power of yours is magic. Is magic? I'm still a witch apprentice, so I can't use magic yet, right? No, it is magic. Because you cannot use it consciously, you're still an apprentice. But even so, what magical power it is. The materialization of your friend Sakataro is excellent proof of that. Materialization? Indeed. In your case, it may even be fitting to call it creation. A piece of inorganic matter that would have no soul at all in another's hands can have a soul sent into it through your magic. Furthermore, that strong magical power lies in the human world. In this era so filled with the toxin that denies magic, summoning a magical power that can materialize a single life form is not even easy for me. It isn't hard to give birth to any number of soulless beings. However, giving birth to a being with a soul is very difficult. This is what Beato asserted. I don't really understand what you're saying, Beato. You're saying Sakataro's amazing? Both you and Sakataro are incredible. You should be proud. I see that which Kinto desired above all seems to dwell most strongly within you. I don't have a clue why Beito's praising Maria so much. Right, Sakataro? What should be truly admired is not only that a soul's been made to reside in a stuffed animal. Even more significant is the fact that you've changed your own worldview. When it comes to giving birth to something from nothing, you stand out from the crowd. It's easy to make 100 from 1. However, giving birth to one from 0 is not. When you do become a full witch beyond just becoming a match for me, you might grow into a great witch that even I must acknowledge as a superior. A witch of origins, perhaps. I'm really looking forward to your future. I just had have talent as a witch, hooray! Isn't that great, Maria? Ryobito, thank you for praising Maria. No need to thank me, Sakataro. That red muffler truly suits you. And I'm envious of the talent of your master, who was able to give birth to a friend like you. Thanks for complimenting my muffler! This is a present I got from Maria. It's my favorite. And its size is truly like a muffler that was created just for you. I see. I must also give my new friend some kind of present. Ooh. Beito's giving Sakotaro a present? Of course. A gift from a witch must be something with magical power. In that case, that he can be your friend for all time. So that you can have even more fun playing with him.
Hold on, I gotta stretch.
I shall give Sakotaro my magic power. What? With that, he should be able to materialize even more strongly. Scary. I'll be able to have much more fun playing with Sakotaro? How's that? What could it be, Maria? Is it something scary? Don't worry, Beito won't do anything scary. Right, Beatrice? Indeed. I believe you'll like it. But to make it materialize even more strongly, a stronger image will be necessary. Wow, what to do? Beito crossed her arms and thought about what she could do to please them even more. Make him a real fucking lion. Oh. And right there was the form of yet another witch, Virgilia. It was Beito's teacher, Virgilia. Virgilia was truly a great witch. Since Maria already thought of Beito as a great witch, this person Beito called a great witch must have been a great witch. According to Beito, she still didn't even rise up to this witch's feet when it came to magical power. My. I thought I heard some cheery voices. What a fun tea party this seems to be. Where did Angie go? Teacher, perfect timing. I wanted to look at this lion cub. I hear he's Maria's new friend. What a lovely lion son. I wonder if he can greet me. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Sakotaro! Sakotaro fell to Maria's lap, greeting Virgilia with half of his face poking out over the edge of the table. It seemed he was very nervous since this was a witch that even Beito called teacher. Ooh, what an adorable name. As a reward for giving us such a good greeting, here's a sweet for you. After waving her hands about, Virgilia held the palm of her hand upwards as though she was lightly grabbing at the empty air. Then she held her fist out in front of Sakotaro. When she opened her fist, there was one of those individually wrapped cough drops. How's he gonna eat it though? Maria, it's candy, awesome! Ain't that great, Sakotaro? Make sure to thank her. Thank you for your candy.
Fuck, dude! I want to see Kinzo! I want to see fucking Kinzo talk to the family! I don't give a fuck about this right now. Show me Kinzo! Even though Virgilia was a great witch, she still treated a stuffed animal like Sakotaro to an elegant greeting. Don't eat your cough drops. Are you someone's granny or something? Can't you at least pull out some strawberry milk candy? Dude. Who gaff? No, I'm saying, I'm like that picture of this, of that guy who's like watching the movie. It's like, dude, this movie boring as fuck. That's me with this VN right now, or this part of the VN. Dude, this visual novel boring as fuck, and then I'm like playing Subway Surfers or some shit. Or like watching someone else play Umineko of this particular scene, so I don't have to play it myself. How rude. In that case, I won't be giving you anymore. Sorry. Well then, Maria. Pick out your grimoire. And of course, your writing tools. Okay, I'll take it out. What should I write? Oh, what are you starting? I'll use a magic I learned from you, teacher. Magic to make a resident of another world materialize into a vessel.
I think that by applying that, we may be able to further strengthen the power that makes this friend of Maria's materialize. I wanted to give that as a gift to Maria and her friend. I see. For a being that's already materialized, it shouldn't be that difficult. Oh, oops. That could become a wonderful gift. Into a vessel. I shall help too, if only a little. It'd be very reassuring if you would sign for this magic as a witness, teacher. Be glad, Maria. This will be a wonderful gift. What's happening? It isn't scary, is it? Is it?
I don't know.
I don't think it's scary. What could it be? I can't wait. He's gonna get fucking torn apart into a million pieces. And he's gonna scream. And then when he tear off his legs and arms and his head, there's gonna be blood dripping from the fucking newly made holes torn apart from, what's his name? Sakataro. And then it's gonna start bleeding blood. Beto borrowed the grimoire from Maria's handbag and majestically flipped through the pages. Then she found an empty page among those with magic circles drawn on them and flattened it out. After gazing at Sakataro with a grin, she suddenly started moving her pen. It was something like a written declaration made by witches to a high-order world. It was magic whose effect could be controlled if Beatrice wrote and Virgilia signed. Maria didn't understand what Beto was writing at first, but partway through, she figured out the wonderful magic power of this document and her eyes began to sparkle. What is it, Maria? What's she drawing? Sakataro was on her lap, so he didn't know what was being written on the table. But even if he had seen Sakataro probably wouldn't have understood. Awesome, Sakataro! Wait a bit, we're almost done! It's amazing, Beto, amazing! When it comes to writing documents of power, this child's talent is magnificent. You might even serve well as a secretary in the spirit world. What's she writing, though? What's she writing? How's this? Not so bad, right? After finishing her writing with an intense amount of concentration, Beto looked over the document again from a distance. It seemed she was fairly satisfied with her work, and Maria, who was also peeking in at it, let out a cry of wonder. Awesome, Beto, cute! Woohoo! By the name of the Golden Witch Beatrice, I now acknowledge Sakataro, Maria's child. Teacher, if you would sign as a witness, what does this accomplish? They did say it would help him materialize more strongly or something like that. By my name, I witness and acknowledge this oath. It is done. Virgilia signed, completing the written declaration. It was a document with the power to proclaim to the beings of a higher world that Sakataro had most certainly materialized in the human world. So this is his birth certificate! Oh my god, this is his birth certificate and they just signed off on it. He's real! Sakataro, who had been born from Maria, was nominated by the two witches, Beatrice and Virgilia, and just now, his existence had been acknowledged by the higher world. That itself was the great magic of materialization. It's like Pinocchio. I'm a real boy! Except in this case, I'm a real being! According to Beto, it was apparently quite fortunate that Virgilia was there. After all, depending on the number and quality of witches that signed proclamations to the higher world, the power that resided in them could change drastically. Virgilia in particular had many friends in that higher plane, so her signature gave the proclamation a power with which Beto couldn't even compare. By this proclamation, I accept you, Sakutaro, as an individual with his own ego, and I welcome you as a friend in accordance with the contract of mariage sorcière, or sorcière. From now on, Sakotaro is our common friend. And for that, I shall bestow upon you a fitting form as a gift. Accept it. Hmm? With the grimoire still open to the page with the proclamation, she turned it around and handed it to Maria. Maria showed it to Sakotaro on her lap. When Sakotaro beheld that proclamation, he felt something hot and bright begin to dwell in his body made of cloth and cotton. Even as he looked around, nervous at the sensation he'd never felt before, that power strengthened. And eventually, bright lights completely swallowed him up. Is he gonna actually turn into a real boy? What the fuck was that transition? What? What in the fucking Gajinka? What in the goddamn Gajinka? Then when that light disappeared, there Maria's friend Sakotaro held a new form and existed. This is just like when Teddy grew a body! The beloved furniture. Oh shit, he's furniture! The beloved furniture of Lady Maria, a witch of Mariage Sorcière. He is Lady Maria's white heart itself. Might even say he's the second Lady Maria and irreplaceable to her. He holds a decoration as a diplomat, and none may attack him. Not any of the witches, weapons, and furniture in the Alliance, nor any of the demons and divine spirits in a contract with the Alliance. He's real now, I guess. Wow, you're so cute, Sakotaro! Really cute! Does it really look good on me? It's not embarrassing? It's a very lovely form, Sakotaro-chan. I figured the muffler was his charm point. And the ears. Animal ears sure are nice, truly cute. Let me nibble them later. Thank you, Beatrix! Woohoo! Thank you very much for the wonderful present! There's no need for thanks. This is out of respect for your wonderful magic and your friend. And now that you've reached this level, it wouldn't be odd for you to graduate from being an apprentice at any time. From now on, I shall instruct you on even more new and fun magic. From this point forward, you may call yourself Maria, an apprentice witch of origins. Witch of origins? Indeed. It's the title of a witch who seeks to become a creator. Right now, you're just an enchanter. A magician who specializes in forms of magical enhancement, who has only enough strength to breathe magical power into small objects around her. But after 1,000 years of training, you could conceivably use the magic compendium that resides in your heart to create a galaxy. The talent of a witch of origins is very rare. Even though everyone has it when they're young, no one can continue to hold on to it. The title is also proof you haven't lost your untainted heart. Wow, a witch of origins, that's fucking awesome! I'll become one! I'm Maria, an apprentice witch of origins!
Maria, that's so incredible. What if we gave him a deep voice? Maria, that's fucking sick. A witch of origins? Incredible. Amazing. Who do you?
Eventually, you'll be able to call yourself a full witch, Lady Maria, Witch of Origins. It may be a good time now to give, it may be a good time now to give not only Sakotaro, but you as well, an apprentice fitting for your rank, or an appearance fitting for your rank. Here,
I shall give a proper outfit for one who, while still an apprentice, is worthy of using the title of a witch. Does not sound like that? Yeah, he does. Sure he do. When Beta waved the pipe that was her cane, many gold butterflies that had appeared out of nowhere grouped around Maria, giving her a wonderful dress. Sounds like that now. Oh, cute! It certainly was fitting for the girl who would eventually take the name of the Witch of Origins, combining both cuteness and dignity. She kept her little crown. Amazing! Awesome, 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 awesome! Cute, freaking cute! I want to show these clothes to Mama too! And I... The full dress of a witch must not be shown indiscriminately. Its value increases if you're stingy with it. Then the Great Witch, the Witch's apprentice, and their new friend Sakotaro enjoyed a lively tea party. See, look how happy I am. Look how fun this is. Please don't be afraid of being happy. Becoming happy isn't the same thing as accepting your current misfortune. It means creating a new happiness out of your current misfortune. That's the magic of origins. That's so profound. Becoming happy isn't the same as accepting your misfortune. It means creating happiness out of it. Truly, truly philosophical. I didn't want to acknowledge my current world. I couldn't bear to accept such an isolated and painful world. That's why, even though I was entranced by your world, Maria One-chan, I couldn't cross the final line. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into Mariage Sorcière, weren't you? Yeah, that was true. Mariage Sorcière. That takes me back. I also had my name entered in there at one point, didn't I? Take me back to the game. Take me back to the game. I want to see Kinzo! Ah, show me Kinzo! Please, 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 please. Crash out Kinzo. The world 12 years later, October 1998. I guess not. God damn it. Fucking god damn it. Yes, I will never forget that. It happened in April of 1987. I received a certain strange request from a friend. There's a large collection of books, the former possessions of a very rich man, that were being sold at auction. And it was thought that some of them might have been extremely valuable to the study of archaeology. Is this Kotomine's voice actor? I think this is Kotomine Kirie's voice actor. What's his name again? I can't believe I would forget it. Joji Nakata. Is this Joji Nakata? Certainly feels like it. It has to be. I'm like 90% sure this is him. So this friend wanted to witness their worth confidentially. That was 87. Half a year after the crime on Rokinjima. Correct. It was explained that those books had escaped the disaster at Rokinjima. The owner of the island, Miss Ushiromiya Eva, had put them up for auction. Who's she talking to? This was apparently a high-class restaurant. A middle-aged man was sitting across from Angie on a secluded and quiet seat. Amakusa could be seen by the entrance. He was probably keeping a lookout for pursuers from the Sumadera family. The scholarly man across from Angie spoke politely but with enthusiasm. He didn't lay a finger on the food in front of him, so you could tell how excited he was as he spoke fervently. He was a professor at a certain college and particularly well known as an authority on Western folklore. However, among his life works, that was only a convenient exterior. His true life work was the study of occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and everything else to do with the occult. Oh, you would have been great friends with Kinzo. As well as demonology. In short, he was the person in the best position to understand the details of Kinzo's research. What's his name? Oh. Professor Utsuki. Professor at a certain college, well known as an authority on the subject of Western folklore. He's also famous for his hobby researching the Rokunjima witch legend as one of the witch hunters. The primary focus of the witch hunt is the piecing together of occult stories to try and make them match with the Rokunjima incident, making it much more of a mental game for dilettantes and enthusiasm of the mystical than scientific investigation into the truth of the crime. Professor Utsuki. Let's search it up, I guess. I want to know if this is him. Professor Utsuki, voice actor. Joji. Oh, it's not him? Oh man, it's a gentleman named Takayuki Kondo. Am I familiar with any of his other works? Takayuki Kondo. He's got a really similar voice register. I really thought that was him. It looks like the site is lagging. No, please load. Okay, there we go. Takayuki Kondo is the voice of fucking Phoenix Wright in the Ace Attorney TV series from last year. Or from a short, rather. Anything else? Is he just the de facto voice? Yeah, I think he's just the de facto voice of Phoenix Wright. He is! This guy's just the de facto voice of Phoenix Wright in Japanese. Any other notable roles? Not really. At least not until the rest of this stuff fucking loads in this show. Or loads in this site, rather. That's cool, though. I didn't realize that. Oh, sorry. Sorry, why did I grunt so loud as I adjusted my seat? What the fuck is wrong with me, dog? It was serious for me. Sorry, I love my voice actors. You know, one of my friends called me a misogynist because, like, they picked up on the fact, like, oh, dude, you really know your voice actors. And I'm like, yeah, I'm familiar with a lot of them. It's like, but I also noticed that, like, you only know, like, male voice actors. Like, you know, this is Liam O'Brien. You know, this is George Grant. You know, that's Joji Nakata. You know this. And it's like, okay, how about this voice actor? And they started showing me voices of female characters. Here's the thing. I recognize where they are. I recognize the tones. I recognize the distinct voices. I can name Brianna, what was her name? Brianna Knickerbocker? Knickerbocker or something like that. I can recognize Brianna. She's got like sort of this airy voice for very young women, but she's also really good at manipulating her voice for like more mature women or older characters too. Christina V. Christina V is like the voice actor for either kiddish boys or like young teenage girls too. She's got it all pretty much. She's really good at that. And
I can't name a third one right now, but I can. If you should be characters, be like, oh, I recognize that voice. She also voiced blah 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 blah. Susie Young. Oh God, I'm gonna go to hell. I'm gonna go to hell. Maybe I am a misogynist, dog. Fuck. It's okay. I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm talking about just like in relation to me and just like me going crazy over like, Allah, I like voice actors. Blah. What happened to feminism? Look, I love women. Just, let's not talk about this anymore. Okay? Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I don't know what you're talking about. I literally don't know. Wait, I should get rid of that. Need to tie my hair up too while I'm at it. Things. Stop. Oh my god. It's to the point where even if I part my hair in the middle, my hair will still curl towards my eyes and shit. Or like if I try to eat, when I like put my face forward, my hair falls in front of my eyes and face. Oh my fucking god, dude. It's so awful. But I think this will be like the first summer where I don't cut my hair because it's so fucking hot. Okay. Come on. Twist, 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 twist. In. The hair through the little hole. Oh, okay, that's better. Just let me turn on my fan. And I'll turn on my filter too.
microphone, filters, VST plugin. There we go. Now you guys should be able to hear my fan blowing. But now when I laugh like a maniac, my voice will cut off sadly, but whatever. Gotta make some sacrifices. Excuse me. So thank you guys. Time for hair clips. I used to use bobby pins so much in high school. I always had like the girls coming up to me. It's like, why do you clip your hair? I'm like, so it's not in my face. And you know, like bobby pins are for girls. I'm like, it's just so like my bangs aren't in my face. So fucking much. I would get that so much, dude. Oh my god. So fucking annoying. I'm like, I just don't want it in my fucking face. Fuck off. Leave me the fuck alone. No, literally, I'm saying they're just bobby pins, dog. God. Anyways. I remember this one time actually. So I also one time I got my hair dyed in high school. I think my junior year, if I remember correctly. My junior year, I got my hair dyed with blonde highlights. And oh gosh. This one time this girl came up to me, and like she always made an effort to talk to me. But I was very oblivious. But she was like, so have you gotten your hair redone? Blah blah blah. She always made lots of small talk with me, even though we only shared like the one class and stuff. But like I was a giant bitch. But she was like the prettiest girl in class, blah blah blah. But she always made an effort to talk to me and stuff like that. But I was such a giant bitch to her. I was such a fucking asshole. I was a giant bitch, etc., etc. And I was like, no, why would I get it re-dyed? I was like, what's your problem? I'm just trying to make small talk with you, blah blah blah. And I felt so bad afterwards. I felt so bad. The fumbler, I know. No, I'm saying. Like, actually. I was mean to everybody, to be honest. I was mean to everybody. I didn't like just making small talk in general. This was when I was like super socially awkward. It was I wasn't very nice to like my classmates. I wasn't very good to fucking anyone. I wasn't good to anybody, man. Okay, enough of that. Enough. Why am I reminiscing on my high school years? I am not that old to be reminiscing on fucking high school of all things. Come the fuck on, bro. Relax. First, what I learned by appraising those books was that Miss Ushiromiya Eva had absolutely no education in the study of folklore. And that the original owner of the books, Ushiromiya Kinjo, was certainly one of the top 5 authorities on demonology in Japan. April 1987. A major city antique shop obtained a large quantity of ancient documents that were thought to have a high historical value. They were entrusted with them by Ushiromiya Eva, who wanted them to be sold at auction. At the time, it was thought that Eva would succeed the Ushiromiya family and have all the wealth to herself as the only survivor. However, at that point, not even a half year had passed since the accident, and others had not been missing long enough to be presumed dead, even under extraordinary circumstances. Because of that, Eva had supposedly been in a very tight spot financially, unable even to collect on her family's life insurance. It seems she tried to sell everything of value, and even the books kept in the place where she'd escaped harm in Kowodorian were used for this purpose. These old books, which would eventually be called the Ushiromiya Library, were later gathered from antique shops by authorities in the field so they could be appraised, and those authorities were astounded. At least speaking from the perspective of occultism, the impact of that discovery on the world was comparable to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. What are those? What are the Dead Sea Scrolls? The Dead Sea Scrolls are a collection of ancient Jewish texts discovered in caves near the Dead Sea in the late 1940s and early 1950s. They include fragments of about 1,000 manuscripts written in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek dating from the 3rd century BCE. Ah, cool. The Dead Sea Scrolls revealed a wealth of information about the history of the Bible, Jewish society in the Second Temple period, and the origins of both Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism. That's so cool. TIL. This is because contained within the Umineko library were many extremely vital documents that had never been found, though their existence had been known of for more than a millennium. The many dreams of the occult, such as those represented by alchemy, always stirred an intense fascination in dilettantes. Dilettantes? I'm going to assume it's dilettantes. Even though, no, dilettantes. Dilettantes? I'm going to Google it and see how to pronounce it. Dilettantes. A person who cultivates an area of interest such as the arts without real commitment or knowledge. So a tourist? Dilettante. Oh, dilettantes. Okay, so it was not really close at all. Dilettantes. Dilettantes. It's whispered that many magic books of great historical value, currently unknown to the public, might be in the secret possession of extremely wealthy lovers of the occult. Items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, which are particularly popular among dilettantes, are said to be prime examples of this. It's said that approximately 5,000 pages of these notebooks currently exist and that over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of this lost portion may be monopolized by certain enthusiasts and members of the extremely rich. It's said that because of this, even now, dilettantes who can't even help but seek these spare no expense to search around for quietly hoarded away and unannounced notebooks. There's probably no doubting that Uchinomiya Kinza was himself one of those dilettantes. No one knows what Kinza went through to obtain those, but there can be no mistake that he used his vast wealth freely, buying them off of other rich people with the same hobby as him. Those books, which were so valuable that enthusiasts could never satisfy their desire to hoard them away, were discovered in large numbers at the end of the 20th century. And their release to the public had given the entire world a massive shock. Because of this case, the name Rokkenjima became known across the world. The world was also shocked to learn that in all likelihood, a large number of even more valuable undiscovered books were lost during the accident on Rokkenjima. Because of this, the names of Rokkenjima and the Uchinomiya Library will remain in our memories for all time. Our memories. That hour probably meant the occult neck of the woods with the same hobby as Kinzo. Because of that incident, the name of Rokkenjima had taken on a vital meaning in the world of the occult. There certainly had been a lot of reporting about the accident on Rokkenjima itself, but not on an international level. However, this one part had spread across the world, taking the image of Rokkenjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago, and painting it over as a demonic island where riddles, suspicion, mystery, and the occult met.
In other words, until Kinto's library was leaked to the public by Ava, Rokenjima had been merely a nameless island that no one could remember. And certainly not the island of a witch. However, when knowledge of the Ushiromiya library spread all over the planet, Rokenjima's image immediately took on an occult twist. Twist. What happened next was the discovery of that message bottle. That's what turned that island into a witch's island. A nameless island in the Izu archipelago began to transition into an island of the occult, the island of the mysterious witch Beatrice. You might say that lacking either the Ushiromiya library or the message bottle, the Rokenjima witch legend would never have been established. The message bottle. Yes, a form of communication to an unspecified target by throwing an empty bottle with a letter sealed inside it into the sea. It was once famous as a way of sending an SOS from a deserted island, but because of the influence of a certain prominent foreign detective novel, it's also become known as a method of confessing the truth after one's own death, like a time-delayed will. I feel like that's probably an Agatha Christie thing, but I want to look it up too. What novel popularized the message in a bottle? Message in a Bottle has a long history dating back to ancient Greece. It was Edgar Allan Poe's short story Miss Found in a Bottle that's widely considered to have popularized the message in a bottle. That's cool. Okay, so it wasn't Agatha Christie. Even before her. I see. TIL. I always be learning. This is the thing everyone says a fisherman on a nearby island picked up? Correct. We learned that a young fisherman on Shikinijima picked up a wine bottle with a letter in it. This young fisherman kept it just out of curiosity. Then, because Rokenjima had fallen under the world's attention due to the Ushiromiya library, he announced his discovery. Any chance that it was a fabrication made by the fisherman? Of course, we weren't able to deny the possibility. The scraps of paper in the wine bottle were signed by a certain member of the Ushiromiya family. A girl named Ushiromiya Maria. However, after looking at the writing left in her former belongings, it was confirmed that this message was written in a different person's handwriting. Different person's handwriting? Correct. At the very least, I believe there could be no doubt that it was written by a person more skilled at writing and of a greater age than her. There's a very high likelihood that someone faked her name when they wrote it. Therefore, at that point in time, the contents of those scraps of paper were thought to have a very low credibility. However, later on it was confirmed that a similar message bottle had been recovered from the nearby ocean on the day of the accident by the police in their search for lost articles, and this caused a sensation. It seems that due to evidence from the surrounding area and the fact that the bottle had been sealed, the police decided that its likelihood of being a fabrication was low, and that it had been abandoned no earlier than a few days before the accident, and the handwriting for both matched. This caused the credibility of the scraps of paper discovered by the fishermen to rise. It seems magazines and the likes have reported on the contents of that message bottle repeatedly, but would you like an explanation? No. I know about it more or less. Many scraps of paper had been stuffed into both of the wine bottles. It was an extensive notebook written by someone calling themselves Ushinomiya Maria, but who wasn't Maria, and told of the events starting the day before the accident and up until the day of the accident in a diary-like way. And its contents had been the beginning of the witch's legend serial murder incident, as well as the Golden Witch Beatrice's puzzle. There she is. This bizarre diary-style notebook described how the Ushinomiya family members nailed down on the island by the typhoon were caught up in a ceremony for the resurrection of a witch and killed one by one in inexplicable ways. And in the end, the Golden Witch Beatrice revived and everything was flung into the Golden Land. It was written almost as though it was a complete account of the events in those days. Also, it depicted the current situation on the island at the time in great detail. In the former servants used to work for the Ushinomiya family gave testimony that it had definitely been written by a human who knew the inside details of the island. So because of a combination of the occult boom from that strange fantasy novel in the Ushinomiya library, as well as the fact that the truth remained shrouded in darkness, the legend of the Rokenjima witch was born? Correct. More than 10 years have already passed since the case, and it's still the focus of interest for occult enthusiasts across the world. No, to the contrary, you could say that it's become increasingly deified as time passes. There are still many enthusiasts who try to secretly land in Rokenjima even though it's prohibited. Could there be another message bottle that still hasn't been discovered? And on that day, what really happened on that island? There's still much to be discussed. Zoe finally remembered that he'd been going on and on for some time. The man took a gulp of water. His pottage was getting cold, but it seemed... Potage? Or is it potage? His potage was getting cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away. I'm pretty sure I heard that the fisherman's scraps of paper and the police's scraps of paper had completely different contents. Correct. Due to that, interest in the Rokenjima mystery increased even further. Inside both bottles were diary-styled notebooks on which was written an account from the day before the accident. While both of their contents described the same 2-day period, they were completely different. It was as though one was the truth and one was a lie. Or perhaps both were lies. In any event, the beginnings and endings alone matched each other. The beginning, the 18 people including their relatives are sealed up on the island by the typhoon. And in the ending, everyone dies, the Golden Witch is revived, and everything is flung to the Golden Land. The contents of both... Okay, yes, you repeated that like fucking 3 times in a row. Yes, both message bottles detail the incidents, I get it. But the details were completely different. Both diaries outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the ways they died, and even the tale of 2 days were different. However, in both, everyone died in the end, and the witch revived, making for the same general plot. Here we go! Here we go! I know it's to really accentuate a point and to really drive home to the reader, like, hey, this is going on. But it's also, it's pretty annoying. But I'll put up with it, just because it's Umineko, just because it's peak. Because the only survivor, Miss Ushinomiya Ava, has remained silent about what actually happened on that island, the events of that entire 2-day period are shrouded in darkness. These two diaries present a full two theories to wipe away that darkness. Those 2 days could be explained with either of those two diaries. However, we don't know which is correct or even if there's anything correct contained within them. Schrodinger's cat box. If it isn't denied, even a mixture of truth and fiction can be the truth. Through the media, these scraps of paper had of course been shown to Ava as well, but in the end she never broke her silence. Who sent the message bottles and why? Earlier in the special issue for the crime's 10th anniversary, a certain magazine took that topic up for discussion in a grand manner, didn't they? That theory seems to be the one garnering the most support lately. But it is rather dull. What happened on that island on that day? Considering this question is the true charm of the witch hunt. Witch hunt? Yes. The Rokenjima witch hunt is the name of a group of enthusiasts who try to explain the truth of that crime from an occult perspective. Discussion of the mysteries that surround Rokenjima. Excuse me, from the Ushiromiya Library to the mysterious 2-day period to the legend of the Golden Witch is flourishing even today among enthusiasts. For the 10-year anniversary, an international convention was held in New York. I also participated as a representative of Japan. I was able to intermingle with zealous overseas witch hunters in many ways. Witches are a very popular category overseas. Witches are pretty popular. There's the Blair Witch Project. Yeah, the Blair Witch Project. The age span of the participants stretched from elementary schoolers at the bottom all the way to famous cultural figures at the top. Even in Japan in recent years, there was finally... You probably don't need any more explanation, but he's one of the most famous Rokenjima witch hunters in Japan. Even though I didn't ask anything more, he kept going on excitedly all by himself. As I swirled the thin film on my potage with my spoon, I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Looks like researching about the message bottle really was a waste of time. Oh no, if there's one thing I've found, it's that the notebook supposedly written by Maria One-chan was actually written by a different person faking her name. And that person wrote up an occult legend on their own, put it into the bottle as though it was the truth and threw it into the sea. I have a question. Why would they go to all the trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that? With a message bottle, there'd be no guarantee that it'd ever pass into anyone's hands. If the luck had been bad, it could have sunk into the ocean, never to be seen by anyone. And even if someone had picked it up, they might have not cared about it and thrown it away. Why would they entrust their confessions of the truth to the sea with such an uncertain method? And why would they write up multiple differing tales? If there had been one message bottle, claiming that its story was the truth might be reckless, but not impossible. However, because there were two, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was plotting to make out those 2 days to be the work of a witch, then they really did go one step too far. And because there were two, it suggests that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, might exist. In other words, the two differing contents makes both of them harder and harder to swallow. But despite that, the contents of both matched in that they told of a witch in a tale. So it's the main point. So is that the main point the writer wanted to get across to us? It seems to me that the only possible explanation is that someone who wanted to give rise to an illusion of a witch carried out this crime for their own enjoyment. However, the 17 people other than Aunt Ava lost their lives, and a vast wealth, or maybe even 10 tons of gold, had moved around secretly in the darkness. It doesn't feel right for a confession occurring after all that to bring up this illusion of the witch. Even if we ignore the magazine's theories, it's very doubtful that the message bottle really was a diary. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that would be able to calmly write it down. That is true. In that case, it's probably more realistic the diary was written slowly over a long period of time, up until the day prior to the accident. In that case, would it mean that everything on Wokenjima was a planned crime with everything prepared for over a long stretch of time? The fact that Aunt Ava left this world without saying anything is infuriating. So if this is the Ava from episode 3, then she's the one who killed everybody, if I remember correctly. Or at least that's what Battler came up with, I believe. Before the implosion of Beatrice sacrificing herself for something or other like that. I can't remember. Shoot. She definitely said it on her deathbed. She said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was her best way of harassing me. By now, it's painfully obvious. Of all the things Aunt Ava did to harass me, this was probably the last and the greatest. But thinking of it this way, it's pretty doubtful that Aunt Ava is the true culprit. Of course, that's not because the handwriting on the message bottle was different from Aunt Ava's or anything like that. It's because in both tales that were discovered, Aunt Ava was included among the victims. Oh, if the writer of the diary was the culprit, maybe Aunt Ava was also one of the targets to be killed. Maybe Aunt Ava survived because something went wrong. Because I hated Aunt Ava, I came to believe that she had to be the culprit. But the existence of the message bottle makes me suspect that the mastermind is a far more profound and unknown person than her. I looked at the clock. I've heard more than enough. It's time. As he continued to speak fervently, I suggested I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that he'd gotten excited and talked too much, so he quickly accepted this. Thank you very much for today. I believe I've heard something truly valuable. No. It was truly fun to be able to welcome a young lady as a new friend of the witch hunt. I have many precious materials that I couldn't show you because of this change to a different venue from the usual. I'll be glad to show you them at the next chance we get. Thanks, Professor. Could I ask one more thing? Yes, what is it? Professor, why are you interested in witches? No, in occultism and demonology. That's somewhat embarrassing. A daydream I had in my childhood that if I could use a mysterious power, I could take on even the biggest of bullies, went on to become my life's work. Really? Something as innocent as that? Sort of cute. After all, the primitive desire of admiring unknown power is as universal today as it ever was in the past. If you could do it, Professor, would you want to become a witch? Do you still dream of being able to use magic at will? But of course! Even though at this age I understand logically that such a thing couldn't exist, I can't forget my childlike dreams, like flying in the sky and turning scrap iron into gold. If you would, please keep this a secret from my students. If I told you that I was a real witch, would you believe it? My pet theory from my few experiences with women is that they're all witches. Angie snorted at the old professor, who must have been an earnest scholar with barely any experience with women. Yeah. And a final question. Professor, have you seen the original message bottle itself? I have indeed. In that case, do you know that handwriting well? Of course. I'm not a specialist in that area, but at least when it comes to the handwriting of the message bottle, I'm proud to be the most knowledgeable in Japan. At that point, Angie set a book on the desk with a thud. And this is? I've never seen it before. He prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all literature related to Rokkenjima, and he looked bewildered at the binding that he hadn't seen before. Ignoring him, Angie silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them and showed him. On that page was a handwritten paragraph beginning with, "To my beloved witch apprentice," and at the end there was the signature in katakana that said, "Beatrice." This is... The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. She knew the answer before asking, but Angie asked it aloud anyway. Does the handwriting in the paragraph on this page match the handwriting in the message bottle? Well, I must take this home and investigate more. Pardon me for asking, but what in the world is this book? How did you get it? The man stretched out his hand, but Angie pulled it back, as though telling him not to touch it with his filthy hands. Thank you. Just that reaction's all I need. Thank you for today. Here's the reward I promised. As she stood up clutching Maria's diary. As she stood up clutching Maria's diary, Angie carelessly tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes wrapped with a strip of paper onto the table. As Angie turned her back to him and made to leave, the man raised his voice as though clinging to her. That's so mean. You just showed him the light and then you're thrusting him back into eternal darkness? That's evil. As Angie turned her back to him, made to leave, Mary's voice was so plucky to her, but Angie didn't stop walking. I beg you! What in the world is that book? I don't need a reward. Show me the book! Please! Both you and I are in the witch hunt, but it looks like we aren't pursuing it at the same level. You're entertaining yourself with the outside of the cat box. And what I want to know about is the inside of the box. And this book is the key to opening it. It's too good for you. Well then. Goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day. That's evil. Please wait, Sumatera-san! His voice didn't reach her. She'd already joined up with Amakusa and got into the car. That's fucking evil. Actually evil. What? You find anything? Only at the very end. It was right. Angie in a comically large car made for ants. It's like she's in that movie like Downsizing. The one who wrote the message bottles was Beatrice herself. Cool. So you've concluded that the witch actually exists? Who knows? Mind if I sleep? I'll bet that talkative professor gets lost in his own little world and lectures and makes a lot of kids fall asleep. Please go ahead, take a rest. I know, I'm saying, this big ass car. What is, okay, hold on, no, what the fuck is this over here? What is this giant ass symbol or gauge that's just a symbol of the fucking car? What? What is this supposed to represent? And is this empty? This car's empty, there's no fuel. The big ass car symbol. Big ass car symbol. I don't know what this is, probably temperature? But why are we running on empty? At least I'm assuming this is empty. It's the car light. It's the use to detect if it's a car. Yes. It seems you engaged the ignition. Yes, this is a car. Very good. I wish I could see what else is on the dashboard here. I wish so bad. Still, that went really well. Like, I believed I was a Sumadera until the very end. The Sumadera family had set up a web beforehand around any people Angie might try to contact. They offered a reward to anyone who could take Ushinomiya Angie into custody if she appeared. Angie had foreseen that and had snatched it away. She called herself Sumadera, and after cleverly tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would set up an ambush, so he didn't need to worry about it, she had taken him outside. So when the Sumadera family pursuers reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there. According to the family, a young man and woman calling themselves Sumadera visited this morning, took the professor out with them, and still haven't returned. There's a chance we were outmaneuvered. What a bad child, Angie-chan. I wonder if that craftiness is from Neson's blood. To think she'd casually take on the name Sumadera after saying she'd hate to go by it so often. The professor should be returning soon. When he does, we must serve him some tea. Okay. Understood. I wonder if she thinks she's leading me around by the nose. What a naughty child. With a demonic look in her face, Kasumi violently stamped her heel. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into the mariage sociale, weren't you? I was also included among the witches, wasn't I? I closed Maria's diary and flopped down on a very high-class looking bed. I'd slept deeply for a long time in the car, so it took longer than usual for drowsiness to set in, and I read the diary as I waited. This was a super expensive hotel in the city. Since it was often used by the rich and the famous, they were very big on confidentiality. That made it very convenient for Angie to escape her pursuers. The idea that renegades should spend their nights hiding in cheap hotels is a commoner's way of thinking. To Angie, who possessed all the wealth of the Ushinomiya family, renegade life was comfortable indeed. Of course, even though he was a guard, Amakusa was a man, and therefore in a separate room. Angie used the bedroom of the suite, and Amakusa lay on the sofa in the living room. According to Amakusa, the sofas here were more pleasant than his own beds had been recently. Poor guy. When he looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 in the middle of the night. 2 in the morning? I'm still not getting sleepy. I sighed deeply. At that time, even though there was no wind, I had the feeling that Maria One-chan's diary fluttered. It's me, Maria! Then One-chan appeared. Her form was no longer the normal one I'd known. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her as a witch. If you don't get some sleep, it'll be tough tomorrow, right? If I were a witch too, I'd be able to use magic, wouldn't I? Yeah. You can use it. I taught you, didn't I? Taught you how to use it. And you were able to use it in the past, weren't you? I remember. I started wanting to use it. Oh, okay. Oh god, it's so hot, dude. I think the heat is what's making me drowsy. Sorry. Voice rest for un momento.
Okay. It's the weather right now. It doesn't feel hot, but I also have my fan going, so. Weather. Oh, it's not too bad today. Yesterday was pretty bad, though. Yesterday was fucking awful. 77. But apparently, yesterday was like 104 outside. Holy shit. No way. Uh, 90. Ew. I'm so glad it's like 77 right now. It's gonna go up later this week though, which blows ass. It's the summer solstice today, so it's bound to only get worse from here. Yeah, June's just the cusp. I hate streaming during the summer, dude. It's so hot and I get so sleepy, and then even if I'm half naked all the time, nothing works. Thinking about it makes me tired. I want to take a nap, but I shouldn't, because if I take a nap, I'm gonna sleep until it's 8 o'clock, and then I'm gonna stay up until it's 5 in the morning, and then I'm gonna be awake forever again. I don't freaking wanna. It's not like having a different pillow every night is that tough. It was 93, but it's so humid. Ugh. I hate humidity. I hate it when it's humid, dude. The first step to magic can be loneliness or boredom. Even small reasons like that. Even if it's just trying to kill time until you can fall asleep. Yeah! I'm glad you remembered about magic one more time. It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At one point with Maria and Echan's introduction, I touched a corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit. Sure, I should still remember that sensation. Right now your magical powers decline significantly, Angie. If you don't devote yourself to the basics, it'll be hard, okay? Checking all directions, securing a quiet space. What about Amakusa? He don't gaff. He's sleeping. After opening the door to the living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in its sleep. With your magical strength as weak as it is now, the anti-magic power is affecting you too much. Not just the sight of people, but voices, sounds, and even the presence of people will get in the way of your magic. Sever those completely. Like how ancient magicians shut themselves up in ateliers to preserve their isolation. I remember. The very existence of humans blocks magic. Therefore, the very act of showing magic to people is the sign of a high-level witch. Obtain a quiet space for yourself alone. That should be enough to prepare a space to use magic. Next is the vessel. Right now it's important for your bike to at least have training wheels. No, a chain. This is, of course, impossible. Angie rubbed her own head. She wore hair accessories there with pink gems attached. They felt a little childish for Angie, but she never took them off, not even for a single day. It really will be impossible for you now, Angie. If you'd practiced every single day since then, you might have gained the ability to summon with that by now.
If I were to start training now, how long would it take? Probably 2 years.
Oh, 10 years, not 2.
It said that a year of magical training for a child is worth 10 years for an old person. You need a lot of determination. You mean like Ushinomiya Kinzo? So just like the piano and the violin, getting a special education from a young age is huge when it comes to magic. As you are now, your powers weakened since the time you were first able to use magic, Angie. Don't overdo it and devote yourself to the basics. After stubbornly rubbing those things in my head one more time, I gave up. Then I started fishing through the knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel. Shouldn't this be a perfect vessel? It's been a long time, yes. With this, I think even you should be able to perform a summon as you are now. We have no master now. Should be possible for you to become the new master, Angie. I took the one I thought might possess the strongest magical power. Is it fucking Sakotaro? And set it on the side table near the bed with a clatter.
Oh, no, never mind.
It was a shady-looking stake-shaped weapon with an occult design in. What? One of the sisters? It was one of the 7 stakes of purgatory which the witch used to offer sacrifices. What the fuck? When the police had been searching the family's possessions, they had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, these had been politely returned to the Ushinomiya family. Finding something that I had seen in the pictures of Maria's diary, I took it home with me. That's fucked! But that'd be so dope if it actually worked out.
Hold on, my friends are adding me. Busy.
Originally, there were 7 stakes of purgatory. I'll probably go for like, maybe 30 more minutes, maybe another hour. Depends on how fast we get back to Kinzo crashing out. Now she's the only one left. One-chan smiled, looking lonely. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was also old-fashioned, and you could tell that it was an occult book just by looking. But its contents were plain. It was one of Maria One-chan's elaborate knitbooks. This wasn't a diary. This was a grimoire which she had written as a witch. The 7 stakes of purgatory are Beatrice's furniture, created by her and employed only for her sake. But since Beatrice is also a witch of Maria's Chaussière, they can be employed by Maria, a witch of the same alliance. For that reason, the method of summoning the 7 stakes of purgatory and how to handle them was written about in great detail in Maria One-chan's grimoire. And, as another person with their name registered in that alliance, I was also permitted to employ them. Which of the 7 sisters is this stake? Greed! The characteristics are written about well in my grimoire. The sisters of the 7 stakes really hate it when you get their names wrong. Remember their names well before summoning them. A packed page told of the 7 stakes of purgatory. It described the 7 sisters in great detail. I think I memorized almost this entire page once in the past. The more I read it, the more I start to remember. By the pictures and characteristics written on the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was Mamon's stake. In the past I hadn't any stake, so I'd summoned them without any vessel. So this was the first time I'd clearly seen any of the 7 stakes, let alone Mamon. Mamon, the 5th sister, controls the dead. Oh shit, I was right! What the fuck? This game low-key listening in on me. Oh well, lucky guess, really. The 5th sister controls the deadly sin of greed. An incredible kid. Greed also controls aspirations, the desire to improve oneself, and the strength to live. It definitely doesn't mean only bad things. She's rude, but she's a girl who tries really hard. I see. You could say that without desire, there's no reason to live. For a while, I heightened my concentration and digested the information that was written about Mama. The more the summoner knows about the target that's being summoned, the better. Knowledge is connected to magical power. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon, raising a necessary amount of magical power for summoning. Grimoires can be a bit interesting. This might be a much better read than some lame novel. It really takes me back. For a grimoire, it is demanded that not only you speak or that you understand the letters, but that you fill out the world of the space between the lines, giving birth to a world from the pictures and creating things in various ways. The power to give birth to something. For someone who has that, such as you, a grimoire should be more interesting than any book. I've always known you'd be able to understand that. That should be enough knowledge of Mammon for now. Yes, I've remembered it more or less. I'll give it a try. Take care. In case the worst happens, here's my talisman. The Treaty of the Alliance won't protect you right now. That Mammon's a bit of a quick trigger, and she may still bear a grudge. Be careful. Okay. I'll wear it. The 7 stakes of purgatory, as furniture used to make sacrifices for a ceremony, were treated as beings inferior even to weapons. But that was only when compared to other demons. To humans, furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again, took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I'd gotten from Maria and Echan long ago and put it on my arm. In the past I hadn't needed something like this, but I need insurance. It's okay. That's already been fitted with the required amount of magical defense. As long as you wear that, you'll definitely be fine. Maria and Echan's magic power, which had been specially put into this charm, had been enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it may have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable. And Kinzo! Damn it. Come, arise, forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Mammon of greed. Rise! I focused my mind. I made the magic repelling toxin that filled my body zero. Imagine an untainted vast space. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance zero and erase the burden of the magical power. Inside my head was the image of said vast space. Why the city Urpal? It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air and the neon stars over the ground sparkled. A world where the stars that should have covered the sky were wiped away by the light from below that covered the ground. In the world of a vast night sky with no obstructions, I imagined the wind blowing through at will. At that time, in a room where there shouldn't have been any wind, the free nighttime wind kicked up a cyclone. The long-forgotten sensation raced through my entire body. It was the unique feeling of exultation that comes from using magic. Mammon's stick, which I held out in my hand, gradually began to make me feel a pale light. A twisting cyclone with the stake at the center. The hefty stick floated a bit into the air. Wonderful! Looks like the gap in your training has stolen your talent! Rise, forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory and Mammon of greed. Show yourself to me. After I raised my hands bit by bit, lifting them higher than my head, as I was being attracted upwards, when one stake once again floated high up into the air and gradually began to shake. The shaking began to grow faster, and it burst. Whoa! With a speed faster than the eye could follow, it flew around violently, rebounding off the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it dancing around threatened to make me flinch. However, I mustn't lose my mental concentration. Cartoon-ass fucking noise. Then the stake, which had been flying around at an incredible speed, finally stopped and faced me. It was in the air just a few centimeters away from my forehead and held back by the defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It had tried to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with an incredible power, but Maria One-chan's barrier wouldn't be broken so easily. It's no use, I can't break it, the stick muttered hatefully. It was probably safe to say that the scorpion charm saved me. I thought that my attempt at killing time until I got sleepy would have killed my time for all eternity. When one stick realized that it was unable to gouge me, it gave up and grew docile, changing its form from that of a snake into a human. Did she get introduced? Over here, I imagine. Oh no, I guess not. Although you could say it suited her in a demonic sort of way. Is it Angie-sama? But that magical power is pretty shabby. Are you really Angie-sama? It's been a long time, Maman. Have you been well? And here I was convinced that furniture that's already fulfilled its function just gets left to rust away in a closet. So what kind of sideshow is this? You're not gonna say that you're my owner, are you? Yes, actually, yeah. Angie's your master. LOL. Lady Maria. How unsightly of me. Was that barrier just now yours? Yeah. I thought that as she is now, Angie might just have gotten finished off by you. I don't tell her talisman. If Lady Maria says Angie-sama's my master, I can't refuse. Angie-sama, please, your orders. If it's me you need, are you going to perform a new ceremony? With new sacrifices? Of course, that's only if you're willing to handle me yourself and get your own hands dirty. That role isn't something I'm asking for anymore. All you have to do is talk with me like you used to. I just want to talk. Yes, if that's what you desire. Furniture's furniture because it's used. It is an honor just to be summoned, Angie-sama. Momon had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She accepted her new master because Maria told her to, but it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent at working with Angie with her frail magical power. Perhaps she had some other reason for hating Angie, but for now, it seemed that she couldn't disobey even if she wasn't happy about it. Was she wearing a leotard? I think she's wearing a full-body leotard. I'm just now realizing, with like some sort of half skirt that opens up at the front to reveal like the legs and stuff. That really is some fuck-ass outfit, but it works. I wouldn't say it works, but it sort of works. It works, but it doesn't work at the same time. Let me see if we can find her. Wait, where'd you... Oh, right here! Oh, with the pussy window and everything? Oh, yeah. Oh my god, that really is the pussy window. Where's my mom? There she is. She stayed by Angie's side throughout her training period, greedily encouraging her master to become a full true witch. A very special person even among the Seven Sisters. So it is a full leotard that goes up here, and then some sort of like half skirt or 80% skirt shows the thigh area, the crotch area, and then I guess like these are being held up by, I guess these are attached to the skirt or something, maybe? Letting the girls breathe. Gotta let the dogs out, I guess. Oh, hi, Chibi. Hi, welcome back. So, what should I do? I don't know. Just do something lively, like old times. Well, now. This liveliness you're talking about is probably from when we sisters were all together. It may be difficult by myself. Did you forget? That's right. The seven sisters were really lively when they got together. But with Angie's magical power now, I think summoning just Mamon's the best we can hope for. The stakes for the other 6 have been lost. My apologies, Lady Maria, but maybe it'd be possible to summon the 7 sisters via my own stake. If I'm to be used, I'd hope Angie summons at least that much power, right? Anyone grinned. Apparently she wanted me to summon the other sisters without a vessel. Since she's unable to satisfy herself with being summoned alone, she's asking for the others to be summoned as well. I get it. Great. She was like this back then, wasn't she? To furniture, the times during which they are used are bliss. No matter how badly they're exploited, being used is a furniture's joy. On the contrary, regardless of how nice you are to them, not being given a job is more painful than anything in their eyes. Maman spoke in a challenging way, but she wanted me to summon the other sisters somehow, and rescue them from the world of nothingness. If that's the case, all she's got to do is say so. These demon people can never just say what they mean.
I think the hardest part right now is just trying to so we have all of these pieces, right? So this is the game that's happening between Meta Battler and Beatrice. This is Angie's world, I think? Or I think this is the world after part 3 or episode 3? But also that puts into question, then what's the place Meta Battler's in then? What's that whole place? Is it outside of the game, or what's going on? Wait, no, this is her world. Okay, this is Angie's world right now. That was the witch world. I don't know. It's just confusing. It's just confusing. We don't know.
Angie, don't overdo it. You'll need plenty of rehabilitation just from summoning Maman.
I need to rehabilitate after just one. I'm just killing time anyway.
Okay, Maman. I've gone this far. I'll call as many as I can. Really? Not bad, Angie-sama.
Okay.
Quickly.
Apparently, even though she'd asked, Maman hadn't really expected Angie to do this. She hopped around, badgering Angie to summon the other sisters. Summoning Maman alone consumed a considerable amount of physical and magical power. It'll probably be pretty tough to do 6 more. I'm awed by the magical power of those who can summon sisters like this at will with a snap of their fingers, and who therefore reach the level where they can be called witches.
Maman, don't make Angie overdo it. She still isn't at her best. What? But she said she'd summoned everyone.
I only said I'd call as many as I could, actually. I guess that's great for you. You should rest for today, you're tired enough. It's okay, I'm just killing time anyway. Let me get tired enough that I can just fall over asleep. This time there's no vessel. I'll have to strengthen the image from my knowledge of the grimoire and materialize them with just that. I held my hands out into the air, replaying in my head the sensation from when I'd summoned Maman. I'm acquainted with all of the 7 sisters, right? I've got to remember that time long ago, when I talked with them. Once again, the power of magic began to fill me up. It let off a faint yet distinct pale light from both my hands.
Hold on. Good luck. Hey, Lady Maria. Auntie-sama's definitely gonna summon everyone, right? The Seven Sisters will get to be reunited again, right? Right?
I don't know.
There's no guarantee it'll happen tonight. Auntie-sama can do it. Please, Auntie-sama. Start with the youngest sister, Asmodeus, the seventh sister. Got it. I'll call them in order, starting from the youngest. A strand of hot sweat dripped down. A strand of hot sweat dripped down from my forehead. This really is going to be one hell of a burden to carry. The pale light in the space began to slowly form into the outline of a girl. Emma Rise, one of the 7-6 of Purgatory, Asmodeus of Lust. However, as I had strong conviction that she definitely did exist there as a core, her form began to crystallize. Her outline became distinct in the form of the youngest of the 7 sisters. Asmodeus was finally created. Yay! Asmodeus of Lust, right here. Where is this? Am I alive? Oh. So glad! Mamonda-san. Where the fuck are we? Who summoned me? Auntie-sama did. Auntie-sama said she'd revive all of us.
Well, hold on. No, I didn't. Yeah.
Auntie-sama, thank you. Do bells next, please.
Beelzebub, the sixth sister. Beelzebub of Gluttony. Was she the one with green hair, I think? At this rate, I wonder how many I'll be able to summon. If I can't focus, this is probably it. Okay, no, never mind. The pale light made an outline and formed into Beelzebub.
Beelzebub of Gluttony, right here. Yay, reunited! Auntie-sama, you're amazing, incredible! Mamon and Asmodeus jumped onto Beelzebub, celebrating their reunion. I'd summoned 3 people at once. My head was throbbing. Gotta summon the next one without stopping for a break. Belphegor this time, okay. Damn, she's sort of on a roll. Belphegor of Sloth right here. I think I would be needed again. Belphegor, I'm hungry. I mean, I'm so glad to see you again. To think that the 7 sisters would be able to meet again. Angie, thank you so much! Keep it up and Tuesday. Damn, you guys are fucking... Let her relax. That's 4. I gotta try not to be so loud, please. Doing 4 people at the same time is pretty tough. Don't overdo it any more than this. You gotta go stop summoning even 4 of them after such a long time. Right now, Angie-sama is being pressured with the burden of summoning us. I beg that you don't strain yourself too much. Thank you, Belphegor, thank you! What? She didn't promise anything! No way, Angie-sama promised. She said we'd all play together again. No, she didn't! Right, Angie-sama, you said that, didn't you? You said everyone would meet again. You promised that we could meet again right away. Oh, now you're playing. Okay. I promised. I didn't promise anything about when, but I certainly did promise. She didn't say right this moment. If you don't, I'll never forgive you for forgetting it until today. Out of the 7 slaves of purgatory, Satan of wrath. Girl, you're gonna pass out. Mine's getting hazy, but I'll calm. Even though I'd forgotten about those days, even though I've never thought of that time as anything but sad and lonely. Because the short time I spent with them was fun without a doubt. Satan of wrath right here. What the hell are you people doing? Immediately to fucking scolding them. Don't you realize how much it's burdening Angie-sama just to let us have an idle chat? Satan, who had apparently figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, cried out in a loud voice, telling her sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness hazy again. Where furniture have been granted rest by Beatrice and whose duty has been finished. Not only are you not honored at being given another chance to be of some use, but you're putting a burden on our new master, you disgrace to all furniture. Kill yourselves now, she says. Erase yourselves right now. It's like Satan says. I'll erase myself. You all erase yourselves too. In this moment, that's the best way for us to be of use to Angie-sama. No, not until everyone's summoned. Come here, I'm hungry. Don't be so selfish. Come on, erase yourself quickly. Come on, Asmo. Disappear right now. I'm being bullied! It's not fair if you always bully the youngest one! Yes, they really are lightweight. It doesn't bore me. It's enough, you've surpassed your limits for now, Angie. You're right. Is she gonna pass out now? With the 5 of them summoned and messing around as they pleased, the load was far too heavy for me, with the meager magical power I had at the moment. This is it. As my consciousness went hazy, I fell over onto the bed. Have beds always felt this soft? How did Amakusa not wake up from all that? Have beds always felt this soft? It seemed that the sisters were still squabbling together as much as they liked, for a way to kill time until drowsiness comes to get me. This is enough. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sisters' liveliness, I sink into a world of deep sleep. The entrance to my dream world, I felt Maria One-chan, and Sakatara waiting to receive me. You worked hard and good job.
Uryu, welcome back, Angie.
Welcome back, huh? Then I should respond like this. I'm home. Oh. Now cut to Kinzo. Cut back to the game, so I can show off crazy fucking looking Kinzo and how scary he is. Matawawa. God damn it, we're still on this. Dang it! Yeah, hold on, be right back. Another bathroom break. Ah.
Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys. Water, yeah, I did. I poured myself a glass. Poured myself a nice tall glass of water with lots of ice. Well, not lots of ice. I have like a single spear thing. Spear ice cube in here. Spherical. Alright. That's right, just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power that could save me from those sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was the thing called magic, and I received Maria's introduction to the basics. Imagine a vast space, a scene from when I looked down at the mountain's base from a rest stop at the peak. What this? I projected that scene from a memory into my mental world. Normal girls get over their fascination with magical girls when they leave elementary school. So seriously training to use magic at this age was embarrassing even for me. But even that embarrassed feeling felt pleasant to me now. Right then I was learning mental concentration from Maria Onechan in order to use magic. But it wasn't going very well. It was about as hopeless as teaching a person to wiggle their ears by showing them. It seems that you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic. So I remembered the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation, when I looked down towards the base from a viewing platform at a rest stop on a peak, and I tried painting the scene in my mental world. Nope, still too small. Imagine a much, much wider space, and create your own mental world. Your image is still way too foggy. There's no temperature in there, and there's no wind. No smells either. This world is still very faint. We can leave those for later, so for now imagine an even wider space.
Uryu, why do you have to imagine a vast space?
From the time of their birth, humans have inside of them a toxin that blocks magic. If that toxin isn't purified, you can't use magic well. One effective method of achieving this is to imagine a vast space. Just now I thought of the world as seen from the window of an airplane, but that didn't work. I can't even think of a world more vast than that.
In that case, Maria just has to teach Angie about the vast world Maria has. Won't that make it easier for Angie to imagine as well? Uryu.
That's right. And I'm interested in the kind of world Onechan imagines when she uses magic. I'll use it for reference. That won't work. The mental world must be vast and isolated. A world with no obstructions other than yourself. So if you teach someone about that world, it won't be isolated anymore. That's why you mustn't reveal your mental world to anyone. So it's like a reality marble, almost. Sort of. Not really. But it feels vaguely similar and familiar to a reality marble. And if you drop a good mental world, you two must keep it as a secret only for yourself.
Uryu. So stingy, Maria.
Thanks, Sakatara. I guess there's no shortcuts in training. I'll make an effort. It's okay.
I've been given plenty of hints.
Who do you? Do your best, MJ.
Until recently, I thought there was no way something like magic could save me. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. I would make my isolated mental world a fucking Target parking lot with like maybe like 2 or 3 cars, and there's also a car attendant out there. And then like the carts don't stop popping up. It'll be like an idle. It'll be like those repeating pixel animations, but just like a Target background, but like a Target parking lot. I mean. Or maybe this Denny's that's pretty close to me. That'd be a pretty cool mental world. Target parking lot, Denny's. Yeah, those are only 2 I can come up with. I guess my mental world sort of sucks. That kind of thing's supposedly nothing more than an illusion, a delusion, a daydream. However, Maria One-chan showed me that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that's impossible for me. I used to look down on that happiness as something empty. Reality marble, crowded freeway. Why would someone's noble phantasm be a crowded freeway? That would suck ass. Wait, no, never mind. That reminds me of Thomas Edison's noble phantasm. His noble phantasm is that he makes everyone in the world like start working or some shit like that. That's actually crazy. If your reality marble just like put someone into like their 9 to 5 traffic in LA, like the 57 or some shit. Or what's the 51 or 57? Wait, you force them to go through LA traffic, and you slow down time by like half. So then they go insane from how long the drive is, and if they can't survive, like 3 hours of traffic, multiplied by 4 because you slow down time for them, then they die instantly. That would be an insane reality marble / noble phantasm. That'd be insane. I used to look down on that happiness as something empty. Because I didn't believe in magic, I also denied everything else, refusing to believe in the happiness that magic gave birth to. But slowly, bit by bit, Maria One-chan's world grew happier. In the past, I disparaged it. Disparaged it, paraged it. I'd insulted it, thinking it too pitiful to look at. But that might have been nothing more than jealousy. I was forced to admit that. And now this was my first step in my search for happiness. Well, hold on, where is it? What was the chant for UBW for Unlimited Blade Works? Where's the chant? Just change that, but like for it to make sense with traffic. Oh, I just searched it up. How do you translate "I'm the bone of my sword" to something traffic related? The bone of my sword. I'm the engine of my car. Fuel is my body. No. No, steel is my body still makes sense in this case. Steel is my body and fuel. Gasoline is my blood. I've driven over 1,000 miles. I've driven over 1,000 miles. Unknown to my destination. Nor known to Google Maps. Have withstood pain to drive many cars. Yet these hands will never hold the steering wheel. So as I pray, unlimited traffic works. Alright, there you go. There's your chant for your brand new reality marble that makes people experience LA traffic. A vast space. A dry wind that could blow without being blocked by anything. Let me feel that wind blowing through my own hair. Wait, no, wait, that'd be awesome. Unlimited traffic works, and then what Emiya does, or Archer does, what Archer does is he summons all sorts of different cars he's driven throughout his lifetime, and he makes you drive every single one. And there are his own imitations of each and every single car. So there's like a 2000, there's like a 2014 Volkswagen Jetta, Toyota 2003 Toyota Honda Civic, Ford F-150. I don't know any other cars. There's a Ferrari, Corvette. I don't know what else. But yeah, that was actually, wait, hold on. Maybe we're cooking with this. I see, even the ground might get in my way as I am now. Then I don't need a ground. Brush the ground away downwards. Whoa! In other words, it was as though I had floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing the ground further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time I began to feel like the sky. Hey, is Make a Break out yet? Make a Break release date. Oh, July 1st. 1 7 No, 8 more days. Oh shit. 8 more days and Peak is out. Then I understood its vastness. In that instant, I felt the vivid wind go through even my body. In other words, blowing through me without any resistance. Yes, maintain that sensation. I get it. I get that I've been released from all hindrances.
You did it, Angie. You did it. You've taken your first step into the world of witches. Uryu.
This is the world of witches? Yeah! So let's try practicing the magic you've always wished for, Angie. Magic that'll summon friends. A magic that'll create allies who'll save you from your loneliness and thereby bring you happiness.
Will Angie also be able to summon friends like me? Uryu.
As she is now, it's far too early for Angie to summon friends like Sakataro from the Sea of Zero. Let's start by practicing with friends that are easy to summon. What do we start with? Because you're a witch of Mariage Sorcière, you're also permitted to use those employed by other witches in the Alliance. For example, Sakataro's my friend, but since you're in the same alliance, he's your friend too, and you can summon him. You want to try summoning Sakataro one of these days? When you're so lonely it gets tough, I'm sure Sakataro will cheer you up. I see. You could call Sakataro a being employed by One-chan. So as a witch in the same alliance as her, it's possible for me to summon him too. I met his gaze. How pleasant it would be to have him just be there by my pillow, so he could talk to me a bit on lonely nights. If I call out, will you appear and talk to me?
Uryu. I can't wait to be summoned by you, Angie. Uryu.
Looking happy, Sakataro pressed his head against me like a cat. Meow! Suddenly getting a cute younger brother felt a bit confusing, a bit embarrassing, and a bit nice. Unable to understand why I couldn't honestly accept this feeling, I felt tears well up in my eyes. Right. I'll give it all I've got on that chan. Then let's practice. Let's try summoning the furniture of Beatrice, a witch from the same alliance. Renove, maybe? Hearing Beatrice's name gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the name on Rokonjima, or when it came to the crime on Rokonjima, the public kept going on in a frenzy about how it was a sacrifice ceremony performed by a witch. And that witch was Beatrice. So if the witch did commit that crime, that would make her the culprit who stole my family from me. However, Maria Onechan said that Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions towards her, she'd get mad, leading to a nasty fight, and refuse to talk for a while. At this moment, Onechan was my only close friend. So to avoid worsening her mood, I decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than Onechan's magic teacher. Also, I believed that the crime was a conspiracy cooked up by Aunt Ava. I would definitely expose the truth about that someday. Angie, obstructions are entering your body again. Sorry, I lost my concentration. One more time. I'd expect no less from you, Onechan. You instantly noticed that I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through a vast space. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? It's a pretty creepy name. But they're very energetic and fun kids. They might become your new friends, Angie. First I'll show you how to summon them. Didn't you already just summon them, but like not in the dream world, like IRL just now? The state I wasn't able— oh wait, Regent Onechan lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her mind. The state I wasn't able to reach except by meditating for a long period of time, she reached in the span of a few quick breaths. Quick. Then a pale light began to gather in her palms, and one by one the girls began to show themselves. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. The way they were summoned one after another in a line was a masterpiece. Incredible. Just like the illustrations in Onechan's grimoire, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. The younger sisters were behind the eldest, Lucifer, who saluted Onechan. 7 sisters right here. It's been a while, Lady Maria. Long time no see. Is everyone well? We furniture are what we are because we're used. To us, being summoned after so long is truly an honor. Oh. Yeah, Sakataro! It's been so long! You look as delicious— I mean, cute as ever! Me first. I forget he's quite literally a stuffed animal. Yeah, he's so fluffy, squishy, and cute! Let me hug it too!
Uryu, I can't fucking breathe. I won't run away, so please let go of me.
You all! Are you trying to break Lady Maria's furniture? Get away from him, hugging's prohibited! Even though you're saying that, it looks like you want to hug him the most, Satan. It's not like I have any interest in something so fluffy, squishy, and cuddly. Hey! Be silent in the presence of Lady Maria and Angie-sama, you foolish sisters. They were so energetic. I was shocked by their sudden burst of activity right after they appeared. And on top of that, I was surprised that the innocent Sakataro was on such good terms with them. That's unexpected. To think that Sakataro would be so loved by such people. They're fellow members of the same alliance. There's nothing to be scared of, right? But on the off chance that their mood worsens, it looks like they could finish Sakataro off in an instant. It's alright. The witches of the alliance and the furniture are all friends. Sakataro can play without worrying. Of course that goes for you and me too, Angie. It was one of the pacts of mariage sociale. Mutual non-aggression and non-interference. member witches must respect each other's magic and creations. Even the sisters who were normally shady and belligerent treated fellow Alliance members as friends. So to the 7 sisters, Sakatara was a mutual friend. He was loved by all of them, and they were even trying to steal him away from each other. The scene as they squeezed him and loved him was a bit charming. I see. They're fellow members of Maria Associere after all. At a glance, you think that Sakatara's casual atmosphere and the 7 sisters' shady one would be like water and oil. It looked like they definitely wouldn't be compatible. And yet they were interacting in a friendly way like it was completely natural. If this wonderful alliance could join all the peoples of the world together, I wonder if everyone in the world will be able to become friends right away. All of you listen up! Right now Andy's in the middle of magic training, so I want everyone to lend their power. Certainly, Lady Maria. But what specifically? The magical power materializing you will move from me to Angie. In that state, I want you to be by her side all the time. You just have to talk with her. My apologies, but I wonder if Angie-sama's magical power will be able to easily summon all 7 of us around the clock. The oldest sister, Lucifer, gazed at my complexion as she advised this, speaking reservedly. In other words, she was saying that the burden might be heavy for me at this point in time. That's the kind of training it is. Angie has more talent in magic than everyone imagines. It'll be pretty tough, but I think it's worth it for Angie to take this challenge as she is now. Starting now, I'll move the magic power materializing them over to you. In other words, it'll become as though you had summoned them. To keep the 7 sisters materialized, you're continuously burdened with a significant amount of magical power. Maybe you could say it was like training while wearing a weighted wristband. Like Rock Lee!
Who do you? Doing all of the 7 sisters would be pretty tough. Isn't that asking a lot of Angie all of a sudden? Who do you?
Thank you, Sakataro. But this is training to become a witch. I want to see how far I can go. The 7 of them certainly do seem boisterous. But even if this is for training, having them with me will surely distract me from my loneliness, at least for a little. I understood it'd be an ordeal, but wanted to give it a shot. Don't overdo it if it gets tough, okay? And everyone, if it looks tough for Angie, take it easy. Certainly. Get it, everyone? Now then, Angie-sama, for now, we the 7 sisters of Purgatory will become your furniture. Lady Maria, if you would.
So Angie, can we start?
Oh, sure, I'm a little nervous.
Who do you? This might be tough all of a sudden. If you feel like you're getting a headache, lower your magic power immediately. Who do you?
I'll move the source of magic power over to Angie. In an instant, the inside of my head felt very heavy. It's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had only been used for myself. The inside of my voice. Sorry, I read your comment, I got it confused with text on screen. I like that voice for
Yes, it's me, Sakataro. Who do you?
It was almost like it was now being used for 7 other people. If they just stood there and blinked once or let out a single sigh, that would put a strong pressure on my head. My apologies, but perhaps the burden from all 7 sisters at once might be too great after all.
No, I'm fine! Fuck you!
I'm okay. It won't work after all. You're using all of your energy to materialize them. There's no point if the burden is such that you can't balance it with your everyday life. And anyway, this is a bit unrefined for a witch.
Uryu! That's why I said doing so many was fucking impossible. Everyone erase yourselves for a bit.
It seems to be better to lower the number of people. Asma, erase yourself. Me again? I'm opposed to youngest sister bullying. Disappear starting from the top every once in a while. That means I have to disappear second, right? No! Don't make a ruckus, Asmo and Fianni. That kind of disturbance will become a burden to Angie-sama. The noise you're making is also a burden, stupid Satan. The seven sisters started arguing over who should erase themselves first. The energy from that fight all became a burden, forcing Angie to bear an even greater headache. Uh-oh. In the end, they decided to order with rock, paper, scissors, and 1, 2, 3 of them disappeared. Rock, paper, scissors? Girl, the person trying to, like, materialize your forms is about to, like, fucking... No, literally. Literally about to, what do you call it? Literally about to fucking explode with a headache. Come on. Well, my mom texted me again. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh! My mom's checking in super early. She's on call tonight until 8, so I have to be a little bit quiet. In the end, they decided the order with rock, paper, scissors, and 1, 2, 3 of them disappeared. But even at that level, Angie was still far from comfortable. In the end, 1/6 of them had erased themselves. I was finally able to calm my breathing. With my magical power, forget the seven sisters. Just my best is my limit. Wait, so who's the one that's left? Oh, was it Greed? Oh, it is. This way it's not the seven sisters, but just me, right? You're a bit unreliable, Angie-sama. The one who had won all of the rock, paper, scissors matches was permitted to remain until the end, crumbled.
Uryu. Maman, you shouldn't say things like that. That's fucking mean. Angie's still just starting her training, you fucking asshole. Are you okay, Angie? Is your headache okay? Uryu.
Sakataro stretched up on his tiptoes, trying to pat Angie's head. Watching this, Maria scratched her head, acknowledging that the sudden training had been too difficult. Maybe that was a little too much. I'd be perfectly fine with this much, though. The more friends you have, the more fun it is. Now I'm even more aware of how incredible you are, One-chan. Apparently when one reaches Maria One-chan's class, one can summon enough people to perform in an orchestra. For a witch apprentice, that's all inspiring. You okay, Angie-sama? I'm sorry. It looks like summoning only you's the most I can do. I guess I'm okay with that. After all the seven sisters, I get Angie-sama all to myself. What do you think, Angie-sama? If it's just me, will it be a burden for you? I think I'll be able to manage you alone somehow. Yay! Then please train a lot and cultivate your magic power a bunch. Then someday, for sure, please bring the seven sisters together and let us serve you. Promise? After confirming that, for the time being, her own materialization wasn't causing any issues, Momon immediately became cheery again and tried to make me promise to work harder. That definitely fits with her being Greed. But maybe you could also call it having a positive attitude. Yes, I promise. I have to be able to do at least that much someday. Thank you, Angie-sama. I, Momon of Greed, will surely serve you until that day. My headache finally abated, and I relaxed both hands which had been clutching at my head. Then Momon stuck out her hand, helping me stand back up.
Uryu. Ah. Angie, it's about that time. If we don't return to the room, you'll be scolded. Uryu.
Are we being woken up? I hadn't expected Sakataro to talk about the time. I was brought back to reality. What? Where the fuck are we? As though the light had disappeared, the vast world sunk into the darkness, and I was in a tiny, tiny bathroom stall sitting on his toilet. What? Weren't we in the... what? Weren't we in the hotel room? Or was... wait. Oh, no, she fell asleep on the bed, and then she probably dreamed about this. What the fuck? One-chan's grimoire was open on my lap. I looked at the clock. It was almost 2000, time for lights out. If I show up late for the roll call before lights out, not only will things get pretty annoying, but it'll cause trouble for my roommates and floor mates. I couldn't care less about causing them trouble, but I don't want them messing with me later. My free time by myself is already over for today. I'll sleep, wake up, tomorrow will begin, and another long, long gray-colored day will repeat again. I closed the grimoire and rose from the toilet seat. At that time, One-chan appeared again and spoke. Hey Angie, you're forgetting your training. Take Momon with you. I'd forgotten. The moment I'd returned to reality, Momon's materialization had stopped. One more time I created a strong image of the existence of Momon in my mind. You're so mean, Angie. Why'd you erase me so suddenly? At this rate, you won't be able to call the Seven Sisters so easily. Sorry, I got careless. It's been incredibly long since I've materialized in the human world, so I'm interested in absolutely everything. Oh, she's not just like a ghost or something? She's actually here? I'm getting a bit excited. Where is this? The St. Lucia Academy dormitory. This is a stall in the shared bathroom. Each room has its own bathroom, so no one comes here. It's quiet and perfect for reading books. So in this dorm, you have to hide in a toilet stall even to read a book? Do they burn books or something? I have a two-person room, so my roommate's always there. Our relationship is gloomy and it feels like I'm always getting ignored. The atmosphere's bad, so I can't really relax there. And as long as I'm not there, she can do what she likes, call her friends over and chat away. It's more convenient for them too if I don't return until just before lights out. There's also a library, but there's a group that uses it as a meeting place, and they're always talking behind my back, so I don't like going there either. During lunch, it's the bushes behind the school building. During the night, it's the stall in the shared bathroom in the dorms. Those are the only hideaways where I can find peace. I opened the door to the stall and went out. I turned around, signaling with my eyes for my mom to come with me. I don't really get it, but I realize it'd be hard to call this place pleasant for you, Angie-sama. Let's go out quickly. I hate the air here. Really? I think the air here is the most decent.
You're in a bathroom, girl.
When I left the bathroom and entered the corridor, because it was near lights out time, several kids who had gone to play in other rooms were dashing back to their own. When it came time for lights out, we had to change to uniform pajamas that we hated and called prison clothes, line up in the hallway, and go through the dorm leader's roll call. On the off chance that someone was late, we would take collective responsibility, and all floor mates would have to undergo punishment in the form of volunteer work. As long as I avoided this, the girls would look at me coldly, but they wouldn't get in my way. That alone was enough for me. Momon looked at the passing kids and the furnishings of the dorm with interest. Without paying her any particular attention, I hurried back to my room. In front of my room was my roommate who had already changed into her prison clothes, chatting with some kids from the room next door. When they noticed me hurrying back, the topic of their conversation noticeably changed.
They lowered their voices, stealing glances at me. I acted like I didn't notice, went into my room and changed. Then I hastily went out into the corridor. Everyone was already lined up. This is weird. I thought this was a school for rich girls. It's like a prison. It's stupid. You think so too? That's what I think. And unlike prison, you don't get out early for good behavior. After badmouthing the place, I noticed something. Having someone listen to your complaints feels surprisingly good. Unfortunately, Mamon's form can only be seen by her summoner, me. And of course there was no need to speak out loud for this conversation. All I had to do was speak inside my mind so no one could listen in. Magic and the friends it creates might actually not be so bad. All these people are sheltered brats. Feels like they aren't even alive. Stop it. If you're seen by some chance, it'll be pretty bad, right? Humans without a fragment of hopes or dreams are like a lump of anti-magic. There's no way they'll be able to see me. You lower life forms can't even see. Are you okay being around so many humans with an anti-magic resisting toxin? I'm fine as long as you continue making me materialize, Angie-sama. Although since you probably have to keep concentrating to materialize me, there's a chance you'll neglect your daily life. Look, that girl you're sharing a room with is calling you, right? Oh shit. Ishimiya-san, are you listening? About our weekly duties starting next week. She's probably trying to push a few more chores onto me. My roommate who normally even looked me in the eye my roommate who never even looked me in the eye normally was smiling at me unpleasantly. But it'll be easier to have the weekly duty pushed onto me alone rather than doing it together with her. It's a small price to pay to have her continue to ignore me non-stop. Even so, with a completely shameless excuse, she sidestepped the issue for some reason and insisted on flipping the situation around as though I should have come forward and done it of my own initiative. One of the special traits of this academy is that it's full of girls who don't know how to ask a favor. Kid. She pisses me off! I'd love to just gouge her right here in the forehead. I hope you do one of these days. Having a friend nearby all the time to complain to makes me happier than I thought it would. It really was lively with all the 7 sisters gathered together. I'm sure just watching them mess around will be a lot of fun. I want to gain enough magic power to summon all 7 of them at once and soon, so I'll train much more, and finally summon the thing I really want to find. What is it you really want to summon, Angie-sama? Maman noticed my conversation with myself inside my head and asked about it blankly. I hesitated to talk about it, but figured there was no reason to hide it and told her. My family. Dad, Mom, Ani-chan. So you mean the souls of the dead? Calling a resident of another world is summoning, but calling back the souls of the dead is called resurrection, and they're completely different. Resurrection is supposed to be a very high-level magic. I know. So much so that even Maria One-chan can't do it at all. But that's the thing I want to find with magic the most. I've been warned that it's a very difficult high-level magic. So great that in the worst case, I might not necessarily reach that point, even after training for my whole life. Furthermore, I've got no vessel. A vessel is vital for making magic succeed, whether it's summoning or resurrection. Because I don't have that, a magic that would already have been difficult is now hopeless. That's right. I have nothing to remember Dad or Mom by. However, by an extraordinary coincidence, I do have something to remember just Oni-chan by. And that's this. Is that why she always wears it? That hair accessory with the pink jewel? What the hell? I hate to say it, but it looks a little cheap for you, Angie-sama.
Long ago, without telling Dad, I went with Mom to meet Oni-chan, and we went to play at an amusement park. This is a surprise from the crane game there. I know it's cheap. I realize it doesn't match my style, and I get that it's too childish. But this hair accessory is the only thing that makes me feel as though Battler Oni-chan is by my side. Oh. Poor kid. A flashback within a flashback? Is that what this is? The glass case had been filled with plastic capsules, packed with fun-looking things. It seemed that each capsule had some cute accessory in it. The game was to grab those with the crane, but I was young and it was too hard for me. I tried it several times, but didn't even get close. Mom said that whatever was inside was probably cheap anyway, and we didn't even know what we'd get. So there was no point in getting all upset over it. But whether it was something cheap or not wasn't the problem. The process of grabbing happiness with my own hands felt really important and sacred to me. So I wanted the cheap thing inside more than anything. Then, Battler Oni-chan came over after finishing a game of shooting soldiers with a gun, and tried to do it for me. Is that baby Angie? That's baby Angie! Oh. With his arms that were longer than mine, Oni-chan grasped this happiness that I couldn't reach. Oni-chan really was coordinated. It seems he often played with his friends at the arcades. After only 1 or 2 attempts, he grasped that thing on the other side of the glass with the crane that I hadn't even been able to touch, and threw it into the exit chute. When Oni-chan tossed me that capsule, I remembered that he looked very, very reliable. For several days, I felt like opening it would be a waste. Then one day, I finally opened it. And what revealed itself inside was this pink jeweled hair accessory. Since that day, it's been a symbol for Oni-chan. Since I was young, I felt that having all 4 of us gathered, including Battler Oni-chan, was a precondition for a happy family. So I wanted Oni-chan and Dad to make up quickly. In my own way, I treated this hair accessory as a charm for bringing my whole family together. So I always used to wear it. I wanted to feel my reliable, fun, and wonderful Oni-chan by my side all the time. And let him live in our house. But my memories of him are very distant. I can't do it as easily as Maria One-chan created Sakataro from a lion stuffed animal. One day I'll surely possess the high-level magic to revive the souls of the dead. And the only key, the only vessel that can make that successful is this. I see. I did feel an incredible magical power from that hair accessory, so that's what it was. Magical power? This magical power in this thing Oni-chan gave me? Maybe I should say that it resides in you, Angie-sama. Your strong desire to call your brother gives you magical power. Resurrection certainly is a high-level magic, but there can be no mistake that you're steadily and unconsciously climbing the stairs towards it. I'm glad. It's nice to hear someone other than myself acknowledge that. Your own effort isn't something that you can observe by yourself. In that sense, even though these words came from a shady demon girl who controls one of the 7 deadly sins, they made me very happy. Well, I can't guarantee you'll obtain the resurrection magic before your life is over. However, your power as a witch is proportional to the height of the mountain you dare to climb. If you don't lose heart, I'm sure you'll rival even our former master, Beatrice, as a great witch someday. Wonder if I can. I wonder if I can become a great witch and revive Oni-chan. My family. The Witch of Resurrection, Lady Angie. A Witch of Resurrection's a very rare kind of witch. Having a master like that would make me pretty proud. Actually, I'd love for that to happen, because furniture's worth is also proportional to the cost of its master. Please pass Beatrice-sama up and become a peerless great witch. As a representative of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, I'll support you from the bottom of my heart. I thought that if a magical friend were to appear for me too, a cute kid like Sakatara would be best. But even this fifth sister of the Shady Seven Sisters who controlled the seven deadly sins was enough to calm my heart so much, all by herself. Maria Onechan's probably known that since long ago. That's why she recommended the world of witches to me over and over and over again, and I kept on stubbornly rejecting her. I should have given in and started my training sooner. A year for a child is worth 10 years for an old person, right? Now I find my past self, which only ever complained, deplorable for wasting my precious time. Long after I turned off the lights and slipped into bed, Mamon continued to talk to me alongside my pillow. I promise. One day for sure I'll develop a magical power that can summon the Seven Sisters, and I'll let them have a lively and fun time. These 7 of them make a single whole. None can be left out. Family must be together. I must bring them together. Let's see. My awareness began to return slowly, unable to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Maria Onechan's relationship. I ran away from Betos and Oni-chan's game, didn't I? Can you go back now so we can see Kinto crash out? I've got to go back. I've got to go back, support Oni-chan, and quickly bring him back from the strange world of the witches game. After all, as long as I'm here, I'm not allowed to call myself Angie. At the time, I felt someone's presence. When I turned around, I could see Mamon there. Gretel-sama, Beatrice-sama said that if you don't return soon, it'll become a hindrance to the progression of the game. I beg that you return swiftly. Thank you. I'll go back now. Isn't it great? What is? That you were able to meet Battler Oni-chan. Is that sarcasm? If that's how it sounds, feel free to call it that. I'm sorry. I should have taken it literally. You're right. Even in this screwed up world, being able to meet Oni-chan makes me happy from the bottom of my heart. And you'll win against Beatrice for your Oni-chan's sake? Yes. What I don't understand is, okay, so Angie's from the future, and she travels back to the past, right? Or rather, in this case, she travels back to the past, which is our present, with the metaverse battler, right? So if that's the case, and she has a relationship with future Maria and the Seven Sisters of back then, or no, in the future, how is she, no, this is the witches world I'm imagining, or the meta world, so I guess time is a bunch more different, or it's way more different. But it seems to be implied that this is her traveling back into the past. If that's the case, how does Mamon know about Angie then? That I don't... Whatever, it's fucking magic, man. You can explain everything you don't understand with magic, bro. Can't have him playing around in a world like this forever. It's about time for him to return home. That's why I came to call him. Please do the best you can. Although I can't support you since my current master is Beatrice-sama. I know. Until October 5th, 1986, you are Beatrice's furniture. And eventually you'll become my friend. Oh, they're talking about it right now! But eventually you'll throw that friend away. After all... Huh? Mamon moaned as if she'd bit her tongue, staggering as she clutched her chest. Apparently the rules apply to other people, other than me as well. Are you okay? It's pretty painful. Wait, was there something I'm not remembering? Is this like some time paradox shit you're not allowed to do? Excuse me, Gato-sama. No, thank you. I'm glad I was able to meet Oni-chan. That's my answer to your first question. Well, let's go back. If I grumble too much, you'll get in trouble with your current master. Yes, I'm glad you understand. Well then, Mamon? Oh! I'm sure Mamon was about to say, well then this way, but then she stopped as though the film had been torn off at that point. It looked like she'd suddenly frozen. Then I noticed she wasn't the only thing that had frozen. Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place in empty space. A world where it seemed even time had frozen. Oh, fuck. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure crossover? Why is Dio here? Yes, this looks like a portent that Bernkastel will appear. Oh, never mind, my bad. Bernkastel. But the atmosphere was different somehow. Then I understood. What? Oh, it's not Bernkastel, it was the other one. Lambda Delta? How you feeling, Angie? Lambda Delta? The rules don't apply to you, do they? Nah, of course not. Rules exist to bind others. What kind of idiot would bind themselves with them? Bernkastel is a witch who supports me, but this girl is different. She supports Beatrice. In other words, she's a being on the opposing side. But there's some kind of difference between the two of them. Even compared to Bernkastel, there's something strange about Lambda Delta's existence. It's... how should I put it? Maybe she's like a being from a higher dimension. In any event, I was still unsure about how to deal with her. The only thing that was certain was that she was my enemy. Just knowing that might be enough, but... Do you have some business with me? Not really. When I listened in on your conversation, it started to get a bit interesting. I thought I'd let you hear something good. You're supposed to be my enemy. I can't think of a reason for you to tell me something that helped me. So the moment I start listening to you, I lose. Bye. See you next time. Don't misunderstand. My opponent is Burn, not you. In other words, it's possible for there to be a topic that benefits both you and me. Sorry, but I don't feel like listening. Although I said that, I probably won't be released from this frozen time until Lambda Delta is satisfied. This itself might be proof that she's in a higher dimension than me. I have been given the option of not listening to her. All I can do is try not to be shaken by anything she says and strengthen my mental guard. She'll probably try to make me believe something disadvantageous to me, threatening me. There's no need to square off like that. I just came to resolve your misunderstanding. No, that's not quite it. I came to let you know about the lie Bernkastel told you. Bernkastel lied? Didn't Burn make it sound like your big bro would come back if you defeated Beitao? Who knows? I don't feel like talking with you. Your brother coming home. I hadn't been promised anything that dreamlike. Getting just one person if I was lucky had been a promise without very high hopes. But that's enough for me. After being promised an eternity of isolation, having a faint but still non-zero chance was like a shining beacon. In a way, that promise of Burn's wasn't a lie. Burn promised that I'm sure that if you defeat Beito, Battler and your parents will be released and will come back to you. There's no problem. Seriously? That kid's surprisingly cruel. To think she'd deceive you even though she knows. How are you saying I was deceived? Damn. I'm letting her take the initiative. But I won't be released until I lend an ear to her, so it's something I'll have to hear anyway. Even though I realized I was falling into a trap, I urged her forwards. What year is it now?
You're talking about the world of the game board? In that case, it's October 4th, 1986. Right. So if you win against Beito, then on October 6th, when the typhoon has passed, the people who are trapped in the island will return. On October 6th, 1986. That is, right? So what? How is your October 6th, 1986? You were at your relative's house, right? I've been at the house of the only Sumadera my mother trusted, Grandpa. We got a call, and I was playing with building blocks in the tatami room. We got that call. After watching to make sure I'd remembered, Amdadetta laughed unpleasantly and spoke.
Why are you speaking in caps to me?
Hey, on your October 6, 1986, did Badoro Oni-chan come home? Even though I didn't understand what she was saying, I noticed an unpleasant sweat seeping out all over my face. I don't understand either. I don't get it. I don't get it. What is this witch saying? See? If you defeat Beito, Battle will certainly be released, and he'll probably return home. To his home in 1986. After all, that's how it is, right? Battler was locked up from the 4th to the 5th of October 1986. It's only natural that he'd return the next day if he were to be released, right?
Are you saying he still dies or goes missing?
And you? You're a person from the year 1998.
No!
You're Ushiromiya Angie of the year 1998 where Battler didn't return. You know what that means? What are you talking about? If my family came back home on October 6th, wouldn't that be wonderful? I'd come home from Grandpa's house right away. And then we'd meet. Everyone would be happy. Yes. Ushiromiya Angie probably would be reunited with her family. The 6-year-old Ushiromiya Angie from 1986 would, right? Who am I? You're Ushiromiya Angie, an 18-year-old one. No, that's not it. You aren't Ushiromiya Angie. You're a witch's piece with that name.
Oh, hell nah! She's not actually Angie. She's like some fucking test tube baby imprinted with the memories of the real Ushiromiya Angie, but like accelerated into a world that doesn't have like the Ushiromiya Battler family in it. Oh hell no! Oh, hell no!
Strictly speaking, the name Angie Beatrice belongs to a completely different person. Know what that means? I don't really get it anymore. Huh? Huh? Who am I? Huh? That's why I think Burn's cruel. No, I think she's a meanie. Especially since it's not like she hasn't gone through the same thing herself. Am I being tricked somehow? Yeah, but please don't blame Burn, okay? After all, depending on how you look at it, the kid isn't lying. If Beito's defeated, your family will be returned. Returned to Ushiromiya Angie. But she probably didn't say that this Ushiromiya Angie would be you, right? Was it like that? Was it like that? What did Burn Castell say to me again? Your assistance is required, your family needs him. Burn Castell started by saying that. Then I spoke. If I save them, does that mean my family will come home? And how'd she answer that again?
Um, I cannot promise that. She did make me a promise in exchange for accepting this fight. Yeah, this is what she said. In exchange, I will search for a fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. A world where your family comes home. Yeah, that's right. She didn't say any more than that she'd look for it. She didn't say she'd find it, but I was prepared for that from the beginning. But even so, that child promised that as long as I didn't give up, there was a faint chance of that happening. And in the end, she said this: I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting. I've known it was a tough bet from the very beginning. After all, I have no family in my 1998. Even just a small chance of shaking that absolute zero would be worth it. I was warned beforehand that even if I succeeded in my revenge, it might be a wasted effort. Yeah, there's no lie in that part. Beto's game board's perfect. Even having you around makes the chances of Beta losing so slim that it's doubtful you could even dream of it happening once in your life. In other words, your chance of winning is almost zero, so absolutely that it could be regarded as infinitely close to zero. So, Burn can be forgiven for saying that part in such an evasive way. But I can say for sure she was tricking you when she let you get your hopes up. After all, even if you could overcome astronomical odds and win, the person your family will come back to isn't you. It's a 6-year-old Angie that exists in this 1986, the true Ushiromiya Angie. Not you. Burn will probably still go around the billions of fragments searching for the best world for you. But didn't she tell you that she planned on bringing it to you as a present but wasn't able to find it? She did. You're finally starting to notice, aren't you? No reward's been prepared for you in this battle. No, to the contrary, when smashed, Beto's game board will disappear. Then you, as the piece, will disappear. The sort of goal you'd be capable of accepting is completely no. I'll proclaim it upon my name. Upon the name of the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta. I proclaim that it certainly doesn't exist. That can't be. That's what Bird lied about. Or should I call it speaking in riddles? She made you misunderstand and think you could be saved. I came to clear that thing up. In other words, no matter how hard I fight, no matter how hard I pursue victory, my family won't come back to me. Right, they won't come back with certainty. The Witch of Certainty says it with certainty. Ew! Ew! Isn't this incredible? Several ancient kings have dedicated historical buildings to me because they wanted me to give them certainty. And here I am, graciously giving it to you as a present. Isn't this really incredible, cute, and marvelous? But I have a single good proposition for you. I'm getting completely overwhelmed. I knew I shouldn't have listened, and now I'm starting to be overwhelmed by this witch, Lambda Delta. My opponent is Burn, not you. Didn't I just say it's possible for the two of us to talk about something that benefits us both? I said that from the beginning. So, listen to me. You have no choice. Okay? I'll listen. Just gotta listen, right? I finally lost control over my emotions and exploded from that. We're so over. We're so over. It's so over. She's changing! She's changing! You're scaring me, Angie! You're scaring me! Angie, you're scaring me! You're scaring us! I don't have a clue anymore. I believed that I was Angie, but at some point I stopped being Angie. That's right, I'm Angie, not Angie. Who am I? I'm not my parents' child nor my brother's little sister. I'm just a piece in a witch's game. There's no need to be so pessimistic. I mean, think about it, okay? Right now you're together with Battler Oni-chan. While it's true that you can't tell him your name, at least you're positioned as his ally in a game where he battles a witch. And you're able to be with him for all eternity. Know what it means? I can't stand it, but I understand. In other words, as long as Oni-chan keeps getting a tie in this game, it'll continue forever. Continuing the tie means continuing the game for eternity. And it means that I can remain with Oni-chan as a piece. Oh, hell no. You're tweaking. You're tweaking, Angie. No. But if Oni-chan wins or loses and the curtain closes on the game, you as a piece will disappear. How do you define happiness for a game piece? Getting used by someone playing the game, nothing more. You won't find it when the game's shut in a closet gathering dust, right? In the past, yeah, they say the happiest time for furniture is when they're being used, and the most miserable is when they're like not doing shit. Furniture's happiness comes from being used, not being stored away. That's right. I'm now the witch's. Oh shit! She's Burka Saucefood! Oh fuck! Let's change things around a bit. To be honest, I want this game to continue in a tie for all eternity. An unending game is an eternal cage. An absolute closed room that never opens for all time, and that'll finally make Fern surrender! You know, Beto does want to win a bit. Victory by making Battler surrender. But that's actually a problem for me. After all, if the game ends, the closed room will fall apart. So I'll go easy on Battler for a bit to stop him from surrendering. Don't worry, okay? When Battler's about to surrender, I'll become his ally. But you know, I get the feeling that Beto's family is starting to realize. I think she's starting to realize that her victory won't come for all eternity in this game. But she is, of course, the Endless Witch. Beto's stupid, so she optimistically thinks that even so, she'll surely win eventually. Like she just has to repeat this game on and on endlessly. Of course, pretty much all blondes are morons. Girl, look in a mirror. This game of witches, there'll never be victory or loss. I won't let her win, and I won't let her lose. With certainty. Burn noticed that, so she looked for the most powerful piece for breaking that deadlock, found you, and threw you in. To make this game end, you see. To make this game end. What's a piece's role when the game ends? I'll state it clearly. Your existence is a contradiction. Your reason for existing is to bury yourself in the darkness and despair. My goal is to defeat Beto and release my captive family. And yet, even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded. You cannot lose, and you won't be rewarded if you win. So I've brought you a third choice. Okay, what would that be? And that choice will make our interests coincide. Continuing the tie for all eternity. Yes. Oh, as long as the tie continues forever, this world won't crumble. What is this world? It's a world of the game with the witch. A world where Beto and Battler fight for all eternity. At the same time, it's a world where you get to be with Battler for all eternity.
Oh, she crashing out now.
My head was spinning. The confusion became a hot liquid and I felt it pouring from my eyes. It was so hot that it felt like it burned my face.
Ew.
Right, Angie Beatrice. Since Brinkastol's goal is to end the game and end the world where you and Battler can interact, why should you be her ally? That could trick you see. She made it look like you might be safe if you became her piece. But I won't deceive you there. So I'll say it, Angie. Become my chess piece. Unlike Burn, I won't offer you rewards based on lies that certainly will never be granted. As long as you become my piece and help me so that this world certainly never ends, then with certainty, I'll swear upon my name that this world will certainly continue. That's not all. I'll add on a bonus. This rule that binds you. I'll clear it away for you. Well, of course, I'll only do it after you've sworn to become my piece, okay? In my own throat, there was a thick, loud gulping sound. I shouldn't have listened. If I hadn't listened, I could have remained an innocent little sister praying for my brother's victory. But I might be different now. I might have been degraded into a witch's furniture, one that cares about nothing but being by Oni-chan's side. I'm not telling you to betray your brother, okay? If it looks like Battler's gonna lose, you can save him with all you've got. On the other hand, when Battler closes in on Beto too much, I want you to hold back a little. That's all I'm asking, right? Don't worry, there's no need to actually betray Battler. Battler can't win against Beto alone. That's why Burn threw you in, you see? As long as you don't lend a hand, Battler will be unable to win against Beto for all eternity. See? It's really simple, isn't it?
Oh, she might. Oh, damn, she having a fit. Ah, fuck. Now what's next? The continuation of the game, or is she gonna go back to the room and we're screwed? Oh god, a flashback. Okay, no. I said I'd only go for another another hour. Another hour, and it's been almost 2. God, it's already 8 o'clock, so I need to call it here. As much as I'd love to keep going, like, actually. But hey, Umineko's back on the menu, bro. Umineko's back on the frickin' menu. Excuse me. Oh, waiter. Can we get one crash out, please?
Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built? This is part of the witch's curse, I know it. You're trying to take revenge against me, aren't you? If you want to hate me, then do so! If you want to run away, then run! I won't let you go! I won't! You belong to me! You must always be in my arms! For all my life! You will stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me. Beatrice. Why? Why won't you smile back at me? Wow!
And then Kinzo locked in. The end. Oh man, that was fucking crazy. Oh, oops. There we go. That me. Oh wait, I forgot to hook up the chat to this one too. Hold up. This is empty as shit. There we go. Dude, I fucking love Umineko. This shit awesome. This truly was Umi's Nico. The seagulls really did cry with this one, didn't they? You can say that again. But yeah, so far, wow, we picked this up really fast. I thought I'd be way more confused after 2 months of not playing. Like really confused, but that wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. Should probably finish my tea too. But yeah, that was a fun time. I'm trying to recall the contents of episode 1, 2, and 3. So 3 was the thing with Virgilia being introduced, but that ended up being like a evil ass like betrayal situation towards the end of the game. Because she gave Beatrice like a hint of the morning sun and the southern wind, or eastern wind, whatever cardinal direction it was. And then Beatrice was like all moe and helpless, and then Balor was like, no, I'll avenge you, blah, 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 blah. And then he almost admitted which is real. That's when Angie comes in. Episode 2. Oh god, I can't remember what episode 2 was. Episode 1 was the establishment of everything. That's where all the confusing shit was. Natsuki was sort of heroic in her last stand. And then Beatrice finally showed herself to everybody. And that's also what establishes the metaverse, essentially. Episode 2. Episode 2 was like their like crazy ending where the demons get summoned and whatnot. And then Rosa makes her last stand. There was that. I'm trying to remember more. Episode 3 was Ava's episode. Okay, maybe if we categorize them as like episodes. With the characters. So episode 3 would be Ava. Episode 2 would be, well, Ava as the culprit. Episode 2 would be Rose as the culprit. And episode 1, episode 2 was the one where most of the family gets murdered besides Rosa and the servants. That's where the murder with like the fucked up Halloween party is. Number 1 is where all the adults typically die again. Like a good chunk of them. And that's where they're found in the garden shed. Episode 3... what was episode 3? Shit.
Episode 3 was the chain of locked rooms. That was the chain of locked rooms. Episode 4, we haven't gotten there quite yet. We still haven't received the letter from Beatrice. Maria hasn't announced it quite yet. Yada yada yada. That sort of thing. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. But that's it so far. Okay. Hold on, let me tell my friends. Okay, no, never mind. LOL. They were like, fuck, man. Come on, man. Can hop on Shadowverse for dailies in a bit if anyone needs them done. LOL. Okay. I still can't believe I'm not done with the first arc, by the way. I've been keeping up with some other people, and they blew past like the first 4 episodes. Well, then again, they also weren't voice acting them. They did read it out loud. Some of them did read it out loud, but they weren't voice acting. And also, they weren't also like, what do you call it? Stuck on like a bunch of asides, like me going on random ass fucking rants. I have 106 hours in this game, by the way, and we're barely on episode 4. Fuck me. You're telling me there's like another 100 hours, probably another 100 plus hours of this shit in episode 2, in part 2? What the fuck? Hell no, dude, you're tweaking. I'm tweaking! Too bad we didn't get to see Kinzo crash out again. Or that part where he was like, you fools, la 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 la. I'm really looking forward to the part where he shows up to the family conference. This really does have a bit of finality in it. Oh my god, all 3 episodes he has stored himself away and either got killed or taken to the Golden Land and then killed again. But oh my god, Kinzo, please, you gotta pull up. Kinzo, please. We got to see scary. It was his pupils. It was all in the pupils. Like, he certainly would act like that, but it was the fact that he lifted up Kraus with one finger, and then like his pupils were just like, they were just like wide. It was like a cat. It was like a cat like seeing prey or something like that. You know how like cats' eyes go like that or whatever? It was like that. It was spooky. It was spooky as fuck. Never seen that on him ever. He better survive this time. He better survive. I mean, if he is actually showing himself for the first time, there's no way that they don't make him one of the survivors as far as the adults go. So either all the adults die and some of the servants live, or all the servants die, the adults live, and Kinzo lives. And then that'll set up the rest of how this game goes, how the rest of episode 4 goes. But I'm interested to see like what the dynamic is gonna be between Kinzo, the rest of his kids, and then how he's gonna interact with his grandkids too. We've seen him interact briefly with Battler, but only like towards the very end of episode 2, I believe, when Battler is like freaky mode. Like he's made butt-ass naked and forced to crawl around and shit by Beatrice. I think we saw him interact very briefly there. That's about it. Okay, that's all I wanted to talk about really. If things go without a hitch and nothing comes up, let's see, what do I have for my schedule? That was the last time? No, that was episode... If you're talking about the freaky shit, that was episode 2. That was the ending of episode 2, was the collar thing. And Freakatrice making Battler crawl around on the floor of the Golden Land. The ending of episode 3 was the introduction of Angie, is when he gets almost fooled by Virgilia and Beatrice into signing a contract that says, I, Battler, hereby acknowledge the existence of witches, and he almost like resigned. Then Angie breaks into the Golden Land or whatever the fuck and like slaps him silly, more or less. Oh, you mean the interactions? Oh, yeah. Not the last... Was it the last time? No. The last interaction was, I don't even know if you could call it an interaction.
but it is during the end of episode 3. It's like, hey, sign this contract, blah blah blah, with Beatrice. But I also felt like that wasn't really them. Maybe it was though. I guess that's everyone having accepted the witches except for Battler. But we haven't seen them interact within a game itself. That's them interacting in like the Golden Land, and I wanted to see them like interact like before all of that shit, or during the game progressing, or rather during the ritual / ceremony actually happening. I haven't seen them actually interact then. That's what I really want to see. I want it. Please. Okay, now that's all I wanted to talk about. Other backstories. I don't think we've seen Hideyoshi's backstory. I won't say it's not interesting, but I don't think they've really gotten into it, other than the fact that he was a owner of restaurants, and that he needs the money that they're trying to blackmail Kraus with to buy back the company. Kirie's background, it turns out she's like inherited the misogyny of the Ushinomiya family, and is really possessive of Rudolph for whatever reason. I think we haven't really explored Rudolph's background too, other than the fact that like he's a middle child. Yeah, he's a middle child, and it's said that he fools around with women a lot, but we haven't really explored the background of him a lot either. I think his case is that 1, he's a man whore. 2, he's part of a large company that's in a huge scandal and is about to get sued, and they need the money from Kraus to post up, post a bail or something, or they just need the money for the case they're in. And Kraus's whole deal was the fact that, well, actually, what was it with Kraus? Oh yeah, he's really bad with business. I think Natsuki described it as your ideas are too ahead of your time. But I think really he just sucks at business. LOL. I think he just blows ass. He's really good at reading his siblings, though. That's what I remember. He always keeps them on the back foot. I think it was something like, who was the youngest? Was it Rosa? I think it was Rosa that was the youngest. Ava was the second oldest. Yeah, Ava was the second oldest. Rosa was the youngest. Kraus was the oldest, and I think Rudolph was I guess he was the middle child. I guess he was the middle child of the bunch. I just discovered Rudolph's problem. Rudolph has middle child syndrome. La 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 la. Actually, that makes sense suddenly. He would copy what Kraus and Ava would do to Rosa, if I remember correctly, because Rosa always got like bullied and shit by both Kraus and Rudolph and Ava, and then wow, middle child syndrome's real. In an effort to be noticed by literally anyone, he starts the commotion of bullying Rosa too, so he can feel included. Oh wow. Maybe that's why he whores himself out too, actually. So he can feel acknowledged by the people around him. Maybe that's why he whores himself out. Oh. Damn. What getting beat by a wooden stick by Kinza does to a motherfucker. And also being middle child does to a motherfucker. That's rough. That's rough, buddy. Anyways.
That's it for now. We go now. Bye.
I don't have much else to discuss, unless I don't want to be too loud. I'm afraid of waking Yvma up. Damn. Me when I actually sit down to like think about how the characters are being presented to me, and I discover that they're very deep, complex characters. Me when the narrative-driven game and story-driven game has deep, complex characters, where if you sit down to think about it for a moment, they're complex. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Bye, guys.
Wow.
Truly the Pico. The Umineko, if you will. Okay, bye guys. Bye Cole, bye Sharky, bye 80, bye Hui, bye everyone. Take care, see you. I think I'm streaming on... Let me look at my schedule. Yeah, I'll see you on Wednesday, Friday, and then next Sunday. Business as usual.